Mr. Fan doesn't have any? Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for joining us to the regular meeting of July 22nd, 2025. We have a full agenda, and so we're going to move right ahead. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair. It's being broadcast live on Channel 34. It's streaming live on the Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. The meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule set forth in Resolution R-25-038, adopted by the Township Council at its regular meeting of February 25th, 2025, advertised to the official newspaper on March 6, 2025, and posted on the bulletin boards outside of the municipal building. And it has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of our township clerk. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call whenever you're ready, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Here.
Counselor Birmingham?
Here.
Counselor D'Amato?
Here.
Counselor Lockman? Counselor Toller?
Good evening, President.
Good evening. Counselor Williams?
Here.
Mayor Baskerville?
Present. Thank you. At this time, we're going to have a presentation by the Montclair State University Green Team. Yes, not on.
Okay.
Good,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Roberto Riviere. I'm the Assistant Project Manager of the PSEG ISS Green Teams team serving Township of Montclair. I'd like to present to you all the team and the work they put together over this summer.
No, check the mic, please, and yeah, if not, maybe you can come over
Testing?
here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for having us here tonight. We are the green teams that are partnering with the Township of Montclair for the summer.
Hello, my name is Sumia Hamilton. I study sustainability in food and environmental systems at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign.
I'm Jeremy Hinton. I study plant science at the University of Arkansas.
I'm Sydney Mullen. I study sociology at Montclair State University.
Oh my God.
I'm Ryan Ricagno. I'm studying environmental studies and journalism at the College of New Jersey.
And I'm Ariel Rita. I'm majoring in urban studies at Barnard College.
Okay, so we are the pilot year of this program, and the program that we are doing in our partnership with the Township of Montclair, we're able to
Excuse me, can I, sorry to interrupt. Would you mind if you're not speaking to just stand on that side because you're blocking the screen for us. Yes.
They should scoot down this way.
Thank you. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. I know. Thank you very much. Thanks. I just want to be able to see.
Yeah.
All right, so we are partnered up with the Township of Montclair this summer, and this is the first time Green Teams has ever partnered up with the township, and the reason we're able to do so is because of the USDA grant that was gifted to the township. So this is going to be a 5-year project, but the end goal is going to be increasing the overall tree canopy coverage of the township. So here on the screen, we can see some goals that we have from the deliverables that were given to us with the project. So in the very beginning, we just started with our street tree survey, and Journey's going to get a little bit into that, exactly what we did. And then we're going to talk about the digital tools that we use to quantify the carbon uptake and create an equity dashboard. And then one deliverable that we did add ourselves is the community engagement, because this project is going to benefit the community. So we wanted to get out there, interact with them, and get to know them as well. And finally, something that we've been working on recently is comparing the tree density of the survey that we took, and we're going to compare that to a township overall, just to see how they are different.
We did a tree survey to assess environmental impact and we did a street tree survey to assess environmental impact. This was to assess for overburdened communities, which are, These are for low-income communities, which are overburdened. These are for, yes, language proficiency, and these are for minority populations. During our field tree survey, we did the measurements of pit width, the diameter at breast height, and we used this information to assess environmental impact in overburdened communities. These areas have these areas are considered our overburdened communities. We also use this information to find the location data for the trees. Yeah. And this is our GIS dashboard, what we use to collect the overall health of the tree conditions, and they are color coordinated by tree species.
So there are a couple different ways that we've targeted community outreach for our project. One of the ways was we created infographics that can be distributed either in person or online, just kind of to gain interest, to get people introduced to the idea of thinking about trees and what they mean to them. Another thing that we were able to do was we did a tabling event at the farmers market over the weekend. That was a really cool way that we were able to get hands-on community engagement. We got to see face-to-face what people thought of our project, tell them about what was going on, get their opinions on trees. And something else cool that we were able to do there was we distributed a previously made survey that was a partnership between Dr. Lisa Johnson and Dr. Tanisha Thomas. And then this was another way that we could get more information on community members, what they thought of trees, their previous knowledge on different conditions that trees can help with, and stuff like that. And then also we have been filming a couple short informational videos that can be distributed to help gain more access throughout the community to the information that we have now learned through our project.
Alongside this, we put together a naturalized difference vegetation index map which basically uses Landsat 8 satellite footage dating back to June 11th of this past year to map out different vegetation indexes across the township using bands 3 and 4 of reflected imagery, which are red and near infrared. The results seen are that areas such as Ward 1 and western areas of Ward 2 are very vegetation dense and quite green in comparison to business district hubs such as Bloomfield Avenue and Valley Road, as well as different areas that we've seen are overburdened communities in Ward 4 and 3.
And so next we used iTree Eco software, which was created by the U.S. Forest Service. Oh, sorry. And this just assesses the structure and environmental benefits of the trees in urban and rural areas. And so we, of course, used the tree survey data that we had. And it was counted to be 448 trees that we ended up measuring. And those 448 trees ended up sequestering about 6.12 tons of carbon. And so the economic value of that climate benefit is about $2,064. And this is based off something called the social carbon cost, which in this case is $433 per ton. And the social carbon cost can be defined as something as like removing the, removing smaller like issues so that the emissions won't have affect the communities around. And I hope to use this data to look over healthcare and see how economic equity will also affect the overburdened communities in this area. And then this graph shows the top 20 species that have produced oxygen in the fourth ward of Montclair. And so, again, we did 448 trees, and they produced about 16.28 tons of oxygen per year. And so this data is important and can help you imagine the climate benefits, as well as moving forward, help you get an idea of what trees are important to plant in the township.
All right, so we are officially wrapping up on August 6th. That is when our internship comes to an end and when we have to leave Montclair Township as well. So we will bid you guys a goodbye. But in these last few weeks that we have, what we're working on right now is our final report. So this is just an overview of our project, our methods, limitations, predictions, and just suggestions for some future years. And in this final report, we're also going to have a literature review that's touching on environmental justice, the overall health benefits of having trees in the area, and also the urban heat island effect. The urban heat island effect is when urban areas face a higher temperature compared to rural areas surrounding them due to the built infrastructure. And we've heard Montclair described as a suburban urban area, so in the literature review, we've been looking at pieces that are touching on both areas as well. And one piece that we've also been looking at is one that talks about cities using digital tools more to help build their urban forests, so that just justifies our usage of them and future usage of it as well. And then for something we're also working on is just a planning plan that we're having for the township as well. Some advice we're thinking of from our data analysis, and then just some field observations that we made for the town to help the current trees, and also some methods for future trees as well. Something that we observed is some streets have little tree diversity, and this poses a threat because if there is a species-related disease or pest infestation, then we're going to be losing a good number of trees at the same time. And we don't want that to happen. We've seen that happen before with the ash trees, so we definitely don't want to repeat. And the tree survey that we've done so far will be completed by the township through a grant with the NJDEP. So we will have a full tree survey in the future. And then the work we also are doing is going to help contribute to the new community forestry management plan as well. And then throughout the last final days, we'll also continue to work with our community engagement. And thank you guys so much for having us tonight. It's an honor to be here, and we're also open for questions.
Thank you very, very much. I'm sure that'll be extremely helpful in terms of a lot of things that we're doing right now in Montclair. So we appreciate you all taking the time out of your day to come here and share that with us. Dr. J, would you like to step up and share anything?
I'm just really proud of what the team has done. They've worked really hard, and we meet every week and they tell me what they're up to, and I couldn't have a better team. So thank you again for participating, and I'm going to be sad after August 6th, but excited to spend these last couple weeks with all of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have the Police Department accreditation.
I hope I can do half as good a job as they did for presentation. So, I am Harry Delgado. I am the Director of Accreditation for the New Jersey State Association of Chiefs of Police, and I'm here tonight to recognize your police department for quite a remarkable achievement. And so, to add context of what I'm about to say in the next 2 minutes, so out of all the agencies, law enforcement agencies in the state of New Jersey, and that includes colleges and universities, includes prosecutors' offices, includes sheriff's departments, regional communication centers, about 54% to 56% of those have actually successfully made it through the accreditation process, our accreditation process. And so those that stay and get reaccredited once fall into a group of about 32% of all the agencies that I just mentioned to you. Now, in the case of the Montclair Police Department, they've actually done this process twice. In effect, 3, the initial and then 2 reaccreditation. That puts him in a very exclusive group of law enforcement agencies of less than 12% in the entire state of New Jersey, so that's quite remarkable. So I'd like to share with you just the significance of the achievement, if you indulge me for the next 2 minutes. So the Montclair Police Department has once again made a commitment to adhering to best practices in the state and national level, at the state and national level on a highly regarded statewide law enforcement accreditation program. This program, administered to the New Jersey State Association of Chiefs of Police and the New Jersey Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission, has served to transparently demonstrate the professionalism, transparency, and preparedness of state law enforcement agencies in the state's public safety system. Now, during these uniquely challenging times and the threat to our health and safety, encouraging law enforcement agencies to follow standardized practices and policies is a potentially life-saving and cost-effective investment of time and resources. And accreditation status represents a significant professional achievement. So, this prestigious reaccredited status, the second time I should say, demonstrates Chief Todd Comforty. Chief, help me out. Not only that, but what is really amazing is I asked him before because I wanted to put the emphasis on the right syllable, and here I am struggling to mention his name. I apologize, Chief. So it shows his firm commitment to state and national standards and the continued expectations for quality, professional, and ethical policing. Now, accreditation provides objective evidence of an agency's commitment to excellence in leadership, resource management, and service delivery. Government officials can be more confident in the agency's ability to operate efficiently and meet community needs. And officers, as I see many here tonight, can take pride that they have been objectively measured against and recognized for the professionalism and adherence to the highest standards. Now, there's a report that is generated after these 3 years of rigorous work, making sure that they meet 100% compliance with the standards. And I'll just purge briefly something that the assessors actually share with me in their final report. Under Chief Tom Comfort, don't worry about Chief. Comfort's leadership, the Montclair Police Department is confident that a key component to the effective delivery of professional services is achieving N.J.S.A. Capital Accreditation status. It was clear upon embarking on the quest to become an accredited agency that participation to the accreditation program would, through implementation of sound management practices, provide them with a framework to continually monitor, evaluate, and improve existing practices and conditions within the agency. We truly believe that the accreditation process makes an agency more effective and efficient in the delivery of police services to their community. So they have no doubt that with the participation of the Montclair Police Department will continue to grow as a professional police agency committed to providing the best possible public service to their community. Now, it is the opinion of the assessment team that I just quoted or paraphrased from their report that the Montclair Police Department is a highly professional and committed agency which exemplifies all of the tenets of law enforcement accreditation at the state and national level. So it is indeed my honor here tonight on behalf of the New Jersey State Association of Chiefs of Police and New Jersey Law Enforcement Commission to congratulate Chief Todd Comforty, Accreditation Manager Lieutenant Charles Cunningham, the members of the Montclair Police Department, the mayor, the council, and those citizens that they so proudly serve for having achieved their second reaccreditation, joining a very exclusive group of law enforcement agencies that have made a commitment to excellence in policing. So to all, indeed, congratulations.
Mayor, can I take 2 minutes? Is that okay?
Absolutely, Chief.
So I just want to say that we wouldn't have achieved accreditation without the total commitment from the department, a total buy-in. You could have all the right policies in place, but if you're not showing proofs and demonstrating they're actually following the policies, it really means nothing. I do want to thank the subject experts in the department who went over the policies, crafted the policies, refined them for the Montclair Police Department, as well as our accreditation manager, Lieutenant Charlie Cunningham, who played a key role in us achieving this. And I have to mention this as well. Lieutenant Cunningham will retire next week with 31 years of service. I want to commend him for an outstanding career, as well as all the hard work you've done over the years, Charlie, and I just want to thank you formally for everything.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So, thank you all. Appreciate it. And Mayor, Council, thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Cunningham. We'll miss you.
Thank you, folks. It's been an honor.
Council has been presented with the minutes of the regular meeting held on June 3rd, 2025, and the minutes, special meeting on June 24th. Does everyone have those? Okay. Are there any corrections? May I please have a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt the minutes from regular meeting June 3rd, 2025, and the special meeting held on June 24th.
Councilor Toller, did you second? Sure. Okay, all right.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, thank you. Okay, next up, we're going to move on to proclamations. We're going to start with the proclamation in memoriam for John Jack Anderson. Council members, if you'd like to stand with Councilor D'Amato as he presents this, please, anyone that is here to receive this proclamation, come down at this point in time. The ones that I was taking a picture with.
Let's look at the crowd. So I will read this proclamation. I really like reading proclamations about local history, about people who have been here a long time and made a change. It, for some reason, really rings my bell. Okay, so it's a proclamation in memoriam of Jack Anderson. Whereas John Lane Jack Anderson was born on August 4th, 1925 in Montclair, New Jersey, the youngest of 4 children. His mother, Mary, was born in Scotland, and his father, Robert, in Pennsylvania. Jack graduated from Montclair High in 1943 and enlisted in the United States Coast Guard. And whereas during the war he served on a troop transport ship in the Atlantic headed for Italy just as war in Europe was ending. The troop transport was refitted as a hospital ship, and Jack helped bring 8,000 wounded men back home. Jack was reassigned to the Pacific Theater, where he was placed on a munitions refueling ship on its way to Japan. Within 200 miles of the Japanese coast, the atomic bombs were dropped, and that war was over. He spent time in Hawaii and Long Beach before discharge in 1946. And after a year at Seton Hall on the GI Bill, Jack got a job at the Retail Credit Corporation, now Equifax, and never looked back. He married a fellow big band enthusiast, Mary Boyce, also of Montclair, in 1950, and settled in Bloomfield. Over the next 9 years, 6 children were born: John, Jean, Mary Louise, Rosemary, David, and Paul. 6 years later, Ellen came along. And whereas in 1957, Jack joined the Commonwealth Club of Upper Montclair, which quickly became his home away from home. Jack became very active in the workings of the club and served on the board of trustees and as an officer for many terms. He was president when a fire gutted the back half of the club in 1985, and he led the recovery efforts, which resulted in selling off the Valley Road side of the club property, which created an investment account that the club still uses today. Whereas Jack remained the heart and soul of the organization he loved long into his 90s. His name adorns most of the award plaques for tournaments won over the years and is considered the beloved GOAT by the membership. The annual Turkey Shoot tournament was renamed in his honor a few years ago, and he will never be forgotten by anyone who ever met him. And whereas Jack was predeceased by his wife of nearly 70 years, Mary, his son, his brothers, Gordon and Don, and his sister Marge, special thanks to Eileen and Louie, who lived with and cared for him over the last 5 years so that he would have a home without being in one. He is survived by son John, Monica, daughters Jean, Louie, Rosemary, Eileen, and son Paul and Penny. He has 7 grandchildren and 8 great-grandchildren. Now, therefore, the mayor and the council of the Township of Montclair mourns the passing of John L. Jack Anderson and joins with his family, friends, and fellow Montclair residents in recognizing his myriad accomplishments. What a lot.
I'm Rich McMahon. I'm here for two hats. I support the police department as well. But I joined the Commonwealth Club in the mid-'80s, around the fire time, and I am now among the oldest serving Commonwealth Club members, but Jack beat me by 30 years. But this is John, his wife Monica, and Jack was just an unbelievable human being. Could be a little bit bawdy.
I want to thank the Township of Montclair for doing this, and Rich for whose idea this was. And we have a memorial for my dad at the club on August 2nd. He would have turned 100 on August 4th. Didn't quite make it, but he died young. But he is probably one of the last World War II veterans from Montclair, because he was only 18 in 1943 when he graduated from Montclair High, and the war was over 2 years later. So that's a piece of history that we'll never get back. And he was, as Rich said, one of a kind. And thank the township that he was a native of for recognizing him. Thank you.
Thank you all for so much. Council members that would like to join at the podium, Deputy Mayor and I are going to present the proclamation to CASA. Okay, at this point in time, Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson and myself will present a proclamation for CASA. So will all my new friends here that we were chatting earlier come down to the front. We'd like to present a proclamation to you, please. Thank you. Come on down.
Happy 40.
I know, this is a big one for them. This is their 40th anniversary, and we're really excited to present this. Not only am I presenting the proclamation with them, but I worked for many years with CASA when I was practicing pediatrics in Newark. This proclamation is celebrating the 40th anniversary of Court-Appointed Special Advocates, CASA. The Court-Appointed Special Advocates of Essex County is celebrating their organization's 40th anniversary of service to the children of Essex County. CASA of Essex County promotes the welfare of children who have been removed from their homes due to abuse, neglect, or abandonment by providing a safety net of support, advocacy, and mentorship. Last year, nearly 500 children were placed in foster care in Essex County alone, because the children were ranging in ages from birth to 21 years old, and that group is often neglected, not by CASA. Whereas, since their founding 40 years ago, CASA of Essex has remained steadfast in the mission to provide court-appointed special advocates for children placed in foster care. Over the past 4 decades, their volunteers have ordinary people doing extraordinary things who have stood alongside thousands of children, ensuring their voices are heard in court and their best interests are placed at the center of every decision that is made. And whereas the first CASA program established in New Jersey, CASA of Essex has helped lead the way in community-based child advocacy. As they celebrate 40 years of dedicated service, community partnership, and meaningful impact, they hoped to mark this milestone not only with the celebration of their advocates' dedication, but also with renewed commitment to the work that lies ahead of them. And whereas they are especially proud to have dedicated CASA volunteers and board members who reside in Montclair, New Jersey, and who generously contribute their time, energy, and expertise to support children in foster care, their involvement underscores the vital role the community plays in strengthening their mission and standing up for Essex County's most vulnerable youth. Now, therefore, The mayor and the council of the great Township of Montclair do hereby recognize and congratulate CASA on the momentous occasion of the 40th anniversary, and we extend our sincere appreciation to all of you and for your unwavering commitment and your advocacy to the children of Essex and beyond. We are so grateful for each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Marla Higginbotham. I'm the Executive Director of CASA of Essex County, and we just want to thank the Township for this recognition. We are very excited to be celebrating 40 years and to be working on this mission to make sure that kids placed in foster care have the opportunity to thrive like every child deserves. One of the things that I do want to say is the people standing behind me, they're the ones who make it work. They're volunteers, they're board members, and their staff. And the majority of our volunteers actually come from the Montclair area. So, kudos to Montclair for giving us that base. So one thing I do want to tell you as executive director, we are always looking for new volunteers to help us with our mission. So, if there's information sessions every week, so if you're interested or just want to find out how you can help in small and large ways, please check out our website, because we're a nonprofit, and the more people that help us, the more that we can serve the children. As the mayor said, there's about 500 in Essex County alone that are in foster care and placed there because of abuse or neglect. So we're only serving about 70%. So the more volunteers that we have, the more kids that we can serve. But again, thank you again for this honor. Thank you to Montclair for giving us so many volunteers.
Did anybody else wish to say something quickly? No? All right, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, moving right along, we're going to go to public comment. Please, if you are going to come forward and speak this evening, make sure that you've signed up here at the front. And public comment is a maximum of 3 minutes. If you can make it 2, that's fine, but we do allow you to have 3 minutes. Please come forward and give us your name, and we'd love to hear from you. Hopefully you've all gotten a number, so it'll be easy for you to know when it's your turn to go forward. Thank you.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Ruth Kunstadter. I am a 34-year resident of Montclair, and I'm here to talk about the importance of transgender safety and belonging and keeping transgender issues front and center. I'm the parent and parent-in-law of 2 transgender adults. I'm the bonus mom of a non-binary stepkid. I'm the cousin of a transgender neuroethicist. It's really important to me. So, especially in light of the current administration's push to erase and eradicate trans people, including, I'm sure you all know about all the executive orders taking away gender-affirming care and also supportive mental health services. They just closed the 988 National Suicide Prevention Hotline for young LGBTQ callers. So it's urgent. I would like to see our town get in front of this issue. We love our reputation as an LGBTQ-friendly town. In November 2024, we scored 100% on the Human Rights Coalition's Municipal Equality Index. But the world has changed since November 2024, especially for trans people. I really appreciate that there was a proclamation on the Transgender Day of Visibility, and we have Montclair Pride, we have organizations, but I'd like to see more from the town itself. Here's what our neighbor Maplewood is doing. They are an official safe haven for transgender individuals. They have rainbow crosswalks right outside their town hall. If you search on the Maplewood website for LGBTQ, you get a full page, huge list of resources. They have specific support for trans individuals. On June 22nd, I went to a rally in support of trans youth in front of Maplewood Town Hall. And the speakers included Mayor Nancy Adams, Councilmember Dean Davis, Director of the Essex County LGBTQ Office, Reggie Bledsoe, and activists Kathy Ahern O'Brien, Shannon Cuttle, and there were trans youth speaking as well. So, never have I ever wished I lived anywhere else but Montclair in my 34 years here, but I kind of had a little wish on that day that I lived in Maplewood because I was really impressed by what they were doing. So I think we can do better as a town. We do a lot. I think we can do more. I know there are risks, but there are risks anyway. We're already a target, so, you know, might as well make it worth being a target. We can also do better as individuals. I've organized a group that I call the Trans Mom Posse. We are activists and advocates. Our kids are adults who are out, so we feel safe being out and about, and more than somebody who has younger kids. So I ran out of time, but wear your trans, you know, show your trans support. It makes a difference. That's all I can say. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
I'm going to turn this around if that's okay, so the whole audience can see me. Hi, my name is Noah Gale. This is my 20th anniversary being a resident of this beloved Montclair Township. I have lived here since I was 5 years old, and I am now 25 years old. I grew up in Montclair. I am now 25 years old, a grown adult, a grown man. On Tuesday, June 24th, 2025, that's the day, it was my 20th anniversary since I first moved to Montclair 20 years ago. And I love everything about this town. I did want to speak tonight about a few issues, though, before I run out of time. Number one, so I wanted to talk about, with downtown Montclair, bringing back First Night Montclair for New Year's Eve. During my earlier years in Montclair, it was a wonderful tradition, and I really think that bringing back First Night Montclair would be an outstanding idea. Why do we recognize all other holidays except for New Year's Eve in Montclair on December 31st? Bring back First Night for New Year's Eve. It would be it's very important. Also, another thing I wanted to talk about is I am glad to see that that the Bellevue Theater is finally reopening after almost a decade, 8 years, close to a decade. I'm glad that we're finally bringing back the blast from the past, but there's more work to be done. So if we could please bring back First Night for New Year's Eve, that would be outstanding and phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And one more thing before I run out of time. Earlier in my speech, I talked about how it's the 20th anniversary since I moved to Montclair. I think it would be helpful to lower taxes in Montclair, property taxes, municipal taxes, so I can afford to live here my whole entire life. I never want to leave Montclair until the day I pass away at 104. I love everything about this township, including you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. Next guest, please.
We'll have to follow that, huh? Hello, everybody. Nicole Farjani, 21 Van Vleck Street. Yes, to bringing back First Night. We enjoyed that so much when we had it. I don't know why it ever went away. And you bring up another good point, Noah, affordability. I was here last night. Dr. Baskerville and Councilman Lockman worked very hard. They were here late last night, too. And the discussion what I discovered last night, I thought was worth coming here and talking about. I've been coming to the wrong meetings. People have to go to the planning board meetings and the zoning board meetings because that's where the goes down. Okay? Now, we want affordable housing in this town, but we don't see action on that. I hear our planner say that she understands the stakeholders want it, but we need to see the action behind those words. I sat there last night and I was a little confused. Very confused, not a little confused, very confused. I was like, what? Hold up. So this is where everybody comes for all these variances, okay? And I was like, let me hear about this variance they want. And last night they're talking about 10 Hartley. And I went over there today and I looked. They want to build right up to this side and right up to this side and right up to the street. And I looked at that small lot, 4 stories, 3 apartments, 2-bedroom apartments on a 4-story building. And that little lot, where does the water go when it rains? They want to put 1 tree on that property. Somebody asked about, and it was a good question, asked about irrigation. I was like, no, that's the wrong question. We got to ask, where's the water going to go? Because we see these storms coming. And are our eyes open? Why are we agreeing to things like this in the town? Why are we approving something that we know to be wrong? Green team, yes, I chased them out the door and I said, yes, please keep working on this and please keep talking about Montclair. They wanted to know what address I was talking about. I said, 10 Hartley, go see it, go see what's gonna happen to the water, because if they approve this variance, the next guy is gonna ask for the same variance, and then you got, I think it was you, Councilor Lockman, called it row housing. If we have that in our town, where's the water go? And who are you flooding down the road? And is that a flood zone? So many questions. I only have 13 seconds left. I came to say, I've been coming to the wrong meetings. I'll still come to these. But people, get out to those planning board meetings. Find out who's asking for what in this town. That's where we need to be.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. I'm an accountant. I study the impacts, outcomes, and outputs resulting from government and nonprofit or philanthropic policies and investment. I have examined thousands of documents in my investigation of the inequity I have observed in this community. And the overarching conclusion is that Montclair has and is exploiting institutional racism today, just as it has for the past 100 years. There were about 30 African Americans, all born in New Jersey, living in Montclair in 1860, when Montclair began to import former slaves from Virginia for domestic work as servants and other menial labor, and so the African American population of Montclair began to grow. By 1910, you see the change beginning, when the south end of Montclair, initially occupied by white people, begins to be populated by people of color. And then the segregation of town takes off from there with the practice of red-light neighborhoods and institutionalized racism. I have documented that many families in the segregated neighborhoods of Montclair's South End lived there for over 100 years. For example, the Lewis family lived at 32 New Street as early as 1910 until they could not afford to keep the house, and it was sold in 2015 for a measly $70,000, and that house is now renting for $3,200 a month. A princely sum the Lewis family could not afford. Meanwhile, CDBG funds that could have been used to invest in black home ownership for the people who were forced to live there was instead used to defray the taxes of other wards and allowing the real estate to be continued to be exploited for profit by outsiders. The wealth gap is huge. That's what you refuse to see. You keep allowing these developers to steal the wealth that belongs to the people who lived and worked here for generations to do whatever they want, to make as much money as they want, without giving anything back to this town. They take and take and take. A man can't stay in his home. You drive him from his home, and you make all the allowances for the developers, but absolutely nothing for a family that lived here and labored here in servitude. I don't have a lot of time left, so I'll jump to the end. The Mills building was stolen from this community with the complicity of the prior council as engineered by Derek Fregemill of Riker Danzig, a firm you are approving payment tonight for over $15,000, further defrauding the members of this community. Think very carefully about your role in perpetuating the inequity that is destroying this community.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Deirdre Malloy, and I am a Montclair resident. And for the record, I'm speaking as a private citizen, not representing any agency, committee, or commission. I wanted to speak to the fourth round housing element fair share plan that's currently being amended to be submitted to the Administrative Office of the Courts. First of all, thank you for your attention on the matter. I was at the planning board meeting last night, and I heard the public comments that identified several additional issues, and I also heard what Planner Talley spoke to with regard to some of those things. One of the things I want to make clear, and I think would be good for the council to be clear on, is which units that have affordability controls have expired. Under UHAC, Uniform Affordability Housing Control, when a mortgage is paid, the deed restrictions never expire. So, having said that, knowing that Montclair has units under UHAC that may be funded by several other sources, whether it be tax credits, whatever the case is, there is a differentiation of whether or not a UHAC unit has expired because of a mortgage being paid off, which it should not, and or whether or not this was a unit that went to market and whatever else the other process was that may have been administered to monitor it. The other thing that I want to suggest is while it is very convoluted and it can be very complex, as affordable housing expert, it bears the importance to track information as units come online and be able to do documentation for registering the unit and understanding whether or not that particular unit has additional funding types which would exempt it from UHAC requirements. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Kara Kelsch. I am a Montclair resident along with my family. We live in Councilman D'Amato's ward. And I'd like to bring attention to an issue affecting homeowners throughout Montclair. In previous years, it appears that former town arborists planted tree species in sidewalk areas that were not suitable for those spaces. As a result, many of these trees, now large and mature, are lifting and damaging the surrounding sidewalks. This damage is a direct consequence of the town's past decisions. To be clear, I understand that the current town arborist is much more careful in selecting appropriate trees to avoid these kinds of problems going forward. However, homeowners whose sidewalks are now being disrupted by these older plantings are being cited and required to cover the cost of these repairs themselves. This is deeply unfair. These residents had no role in the original decisions and in many cases weren't even living on the property when the trees were planted. The financial burden of repairing this damage should not fall on them. The responsibility lies with the town, which made the choices that led to the current situation. I urge the town to acknowledge this history and take financial responsibility for repairing the sidewalks affected by town-planted trees. And to other community residents who are similarly impacted as we are, I encourage you to also please speak up and address the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening. I'm Tony Martin. I'm a resident of downtown Montclair. I have two things to talk about. The first is about downtown Montclair, where we were enjoying for, I think, 1 week what was supposed to be a summer of concerts at Church Street and Bloomfield Avenue. I'm not entirely clear who the sponsors are. I only know what I read online, but they were abruptly terminated. I don't know what you can do about it, but the scuttlebutt is that there was a landlord who somehow got their permit to hold these concerts withdrawn. Please, especially Councilor Williams, would you investigate? I've spoken to a number of neighbors who consider this an amenity, and we would like to keep it. Second, I know that there is an appointment to the Rent Control Board on your agenda this evening, on which I serve. And I wanted to vouch for the nominee. I have been one of two tenant representatives for the last 7 months when we're supposed to have 3. One of our excellent members moved out of town. So I remember there was some discussion at the last council meeting about getting these appointments done and committees in order. And please, if you would address this one tonight, although I see you have a full agenda, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please. Is there anyone else?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, council members, and township staff. My name is Jeremy Folitana. I'm the director of downtown Montclair, a business owner and resident, former PTA president of Glenfield Middle School, and now I am the Montclair High School PTA vice president of the 9th grade class of 2029. Go Mounties. Yeah, I had a speech that I wanted to say tonight. It was a damn good speech, too. But like most times, I guess I'm just going to go off the cuff. Sometimes it gets me in trouble, or sometimes it benefits. We'll see. But everything I just said sort of defines, I guess, who I am, because what the things that I do and I try to bring to this township is from the heart with no agenda. I just had my 5th daughter. She is now 6 weeks old today. And, just having a family living in this magnificent town and a father wanting their children to be safe and have fun and prosper and be vibrant, just walk around in this beautiful town. That's the reason that I do the things that I do, right? So instead of just me coming up here, I'm normally the happy go-getter guy. I'm always smiling. I'm always walking around, and we obviously see and have more issues in this township that needs to be addressed more than the things that I can say in that speech. So with that said, I'm just going to, thank all the community that stood up, and thank you for mentioning the Church Street live concert series. But I just want to thank all 886 online petition signers and the 17 businesses that signed petitions to help move this into the right direction and to to bring back some music to Church Street where it belongs, where we identify ourselves. Montclair is, you know, we're art, music, and culture. That's what we are. Film and fabulous. Like that's what Montclair is, right? So we're happy to say that we'll be back. Community who's listening behind me, will be back this weekend, starting Friday and Saturday night again, every Friday and Saturday night for the whole summer. The rest of the summer, we'll be there from 7 to 9, right on Church Street, between 2 and 12, Church Street, right by the tree, and we're just going to have some fun, and we're just going to continue. And it's, you know, again, I'm a nonprofit organization. Everything I just named and titled myself as is volunteer. We don't make money. The bands don't make money. We're here just to give back to the community. And I'm thankful and blessed that I get to just be here to stand. And I hope everybody else's issues are taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please. Chrissy.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Thomas, and I'm a product of the Montclair school system from kindergarten through MHS, class of '87. I have an MBA and a master's in public policy, a law degree, and I've attended University of Pennsylvania, Georgetown, UVA, and Wesleyan. My law office is at 96 Park Street and has been since 2008. I've got a rising freshman and a field hockey athlete, and I've been quite quiet and attentive as this council has done some great work over the past year. I don't think there's one person up there that I can't say has done something positive for this town. I want to specifically thank you all for your service and congratulate the township manager, Stephen Marks, for being up to the task of dissolving our toxic relationship and 2009 contract with Sean Spiller's crony, who ran the Clary Anderson Arena into the ground, and who I think I heard Ms. Lockman say that we might be thinking of paying off. I respectfully request that you ask our interim township attorney to look carefully at the breaches of contract since 2009 and try to understand that Montclair has been fiscally irresponsible when it comes to the Clary Anderson Arena. Many of us know and have been complaining about it for years, for charging higher rates than permitted by law, to somehow getting the township to pay their largest utility of electricity when that was never part of the deal. One thing is clear. The contractor involved has taken advantage of our town, defrauding taxpayers and abusing our trust. This isn't about just bad management. It's corruption. And now, instead of doubling down on a mistake, Montclair has an opportunity to cut ties, hold this individual accountable, and restore integrity to how we do business. We owe it to our community to stop being passive. Where are the annual audits? He does not get to walk away with a Zamboni or rental skates. Not when his buddy, Sean Spiller, allowed him to take over $100,000 a year in electric bills from us taxpayers. This is a moment to stand up, clean house, and make sure that no one walks away from this debacle rewarded for dishonesty. I ran as a fiscally responsible candidate, and so did all of you. I implore you to do the right thing, and please stop the waste. You can do great things. Keep it up.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilor Lockman.
Ms. Thomas, I really resent that you were accusing me of buying all, whatever the term you use. That is outrageous, and I will not.
I said you mentioned having to
We're not
pay
paying
them
him off.
And mentioned having to, as though it was something that we have to consider giving our money towards, in a bad way, not in a good way. Like you mentioned it, and I heard it on a meeting from home, and I was like, what? I think you were upset about it. I don't think you were.
We don't have conversations back and forth, but
No,
what
we
you
don't.
said seemed to me to be disparaging towards me, and I'm not putting up with that.
No, I was
But thank you.
complimenting you. I was saying this is a bad thing, and look into it. All of you should be looking into it the same way Ms. Lockman had a reaction to it that was negative. This is an old contract. Mr. Marks got us out of the relationship. The interim township attorney has looked at it. You should look at it really carefully, because it's something that I've been looking at since COVID, when the operator was charging more than they're allowed. So I didn't mean to. I meant to be complimentary.
No worries.
Sorry.
Thank you so much for coming. Next guest, please.
Hi there.
Hi there.
I'm Monica Kerpieski. I am representing the group of stakeholders that have banded together and tried to help save Clary Anderson. And as of about 10 minutes ago, we've just about hit $400,000. So we have raised, in 5 days, we have raised $400,000 to help bridge the gap between what it's going to cost to take from going from our old operator to our new operator and get it back to its old glory. So better than old glory, actually, because we want it to be more inclusive, and we want the open skate again, and we want it for all the hockey teams. We need it to be a center again for the community, and all 17 stakeholders, which everyone had a different mission and different thought and different way to go. We got everybody together, and to get $400,000 in 5 days, this is a unicorn. This is a rare event. So just to share just two kind of interesting ideas that I wanted you to know. Some of you know this already, but we have both of the high school teams. The high school coaches worked together to come up with an idea that can become an inclusive clinic for kids learning to skate in the 4th ward, in any ward where we have low to moderate income kids that feel that ice isn't for them. We want our high school hockey stars who work really hard together to be able to outreach and show the joy they have on the ice to others. Additionally, we have had folks who have been giving to us, very generous givers, who've wanted to start a scholarship program as well. And we can set that up, and we will get to that point as we are continuing to develop this. But we want this to be a rebirth. It doesn't have to be Clary Anderson, it can be whatever we want to call it. But we want it to be a rebirth of our community municipal quirky little rink. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Mayor, there's no more speaker.
Okay. Did anyone come in late and now decide that you want to come and speak to the council? This is your last chance before we move on with the agenda. Okay, seeing none, we're going to move forward with the agenda. The next thing up on the agenda is... Do you want to pull something? I'd just like to discuss the executive session. Okay, what number is that? Okay. So we're going to just go with the pending ordinances on second reading.
Mayor, I think you should probably read the script for opening the hearing.
I'm going to open the public hearing without objection. Is there anyone present here who wishes to be heard in relation to the proposed ordinance?
Actually, that would be after. Okay. So pending ordinance 0-25-20, an ordinance to amend section 327, vehicles and traffic of the code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, multi-way stops at Upper Mountain Avenue and Watchung Avenue and Gates Avenue, Hawthorne Place. Can close. Oh, so moved.
Second.
Council members, do you have any discussion?
I don't have a discussion. I just wanted to read the multi-way stop intersections for those at home. I know you said Upper Mountain Avenue to Watchung Avenue, Gates Avenue to Hawthorne Place. I think Councilor Williams and we've talked about this before, where the 3rd and the 4th ward touch. He and I are always in communication about these intersections because there are quite a few that have some problems. So I'm very happy to see this ordinance for today. Anything you want to add, sir?
Are there any members of the public who wish to come forward and speak on pending ordinance 0-25-20? No. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please do roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Councilor Birmingham, please.
Pending Ordinance O-25-21, an ordinance to amend Section 327, Vehicles and Traffic of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, prohibited turns at intersections St. Luke's Place, Bloomfield Avenue, and Francis Place, Bloomfield Avenue. I so move.
Second.
Council members, any discussion? Yes. I am. I was asking if you all had anything. Okay, so now I will invite the audience, if you have any, if anyone wishes to be heard on Ordinance 0-25-21, please come forward.
Madam Mayor, just want to let
Councilor Toller?
Sure, thank you. For the people at home and the residents here in the chambers, this is near the Whole Foods intersection, so just so everyone's aware of what we're talking about, the left turns coming out of Whole Foods, so if you didn't have a chance to review it, just want to let you know where we're referring to, the area of town.
Yes, Mayor. Yeah, I think it's great to tell people what we're doing. It's also turning left, into St. Luke's from if you're going westbound on Bloomfield Avenue, which has always been dicey. So don't do it, or you have 20 days to do it.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Marks? So for both of these, I just wanted to make sure, especially the second one, the no left turns, that these would be clearly communicated to the public, and that there's signage to, make it very clear, because there's probably going to be some confusion.
You can't turn left there now.
Yes.
Oh, so this is not new. Okay. Yes, please.
So I move pending ordinance 0-25-22, which is an ordinance amending Chapter 134, Environmental Hazards, and to create and include Article 4, prohibiting the use of toxic synthetic pesticides on the Township of Montclair owned lands.
Second.
You move.
I moved in the beginning.
Okay.
Second.
Council members?
Mayor, may I?
Yes.
So I would like to make a motion to amend before we vote on this passage. And these are non-substantive changes meant to sort of clarify a bit more of the language and the intent. I did share the tracked changed version with the council members last week. We also, I think it was last week, we also sent the proposed edits to Mr. Trentowski, who advised that these were not substantive and that it wouldn't affect our ability to go forward. So if I may, I'm just going to go through this. So in the third whereas clause, I propose adding after pesticides, the word pesticides, comma, including herbicides, comma, insecticides, comma, and fungicides, comma.
The third whereas?
The third whereas clause. And then in the 7th whereas clause, that starts with the use of hazardous pesticides is not necessary. Propose adding after and landscapes, comma, nor reduce mosquito populations, comma. So it would read that the use of hazardous pesticides is not necessary to create and maintain green lawns, recreational areas, and landscapes, nor reduce mosquito populations, given the availability of viable alternative organic land care practices and products. And then on page 2 at the top, the first whereas clause at the top of page 2, where it says, whereas the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair desire to codify, I propose adding, as policy, this practice of prohibiting the use of pesticides. Strike out the words this practice, and then add on township-owned lands, and strike out as a policy. So it's just wording. Madam Clerk, may I go on? Okay. And then the following whereas clause after that, I propose adding after and land care in the third line, add and mosquito control. Okay, and then in the definition section, in the definition of immediate threat to health, propose adding the letter A, so it reads a situation. And then propose adding a new defined term for local park resident user group, defined as a formal or informal group or organization made up of residents who take care of and or advocate for proper maintenance or conservation in local parks and open spaces. The next defined term for neonics, propose adding the sentence, neonics and their alternatives have been found hazardous to bees, pollinators, and other beneficial insects. Okay. Section 134-23, section entitled Use of Synthetic Land Care Pesticides. Paragraph B, propose adding after the word pesticides in the first line, adding comma, including herbicides, comma, insecticides, comma, and fungicides, and strike after township-owned land, the language after that. Section 134-24, temporary exceptions for the use of a prohibited product. Propose adding in paragraph, striking in paragraph C, in addition, and replace it with in scenarios that may arise as per section 134-24B, comma, there must first be a determination, so the addition of the word first. And then in the sentence, I believe it's the last sentence of paragraph C, changing it to read, in addition, comma, the matter may be referred to Parks and Recreation, etc. I think I have just a couple more. just sorry.
What not to do at a council meeting?
Well, I mean, we're trying to get this ordinance right. So page 5, paragraph C, temporary exception process. Add, in subsection 1, add, this application will also be housed on the Department of Community Services webpage. So the application would be on the website. And then in subsection 3, replace the language that was there with, the application is reviewed by the Department of Community Services, comma, Department of Health and Human Services, comma, Office of Sustainability, comma, Montclair Environmental Commission, period. Then the Director of the Department of Community Services will present a written recommendation to the Mayor and Council, who will make a final determination. Subsection 4, and I think this might be the last one, actually. So after, if a temporary exception is approved, in that next paragraph.
I'm sorry, where is that?
134-25, subsection 4.
Okay.
Okay. If a temporary exception is approved, the next section, I propose changing it to read, a temporary exception letter will be sent by the Department of Community Services to the applicant, etc. And then the next subparagraph in letter 2, number 2, the temporary exception letter, so just adding the word letter. And just one moment. I think that is it. Yes, that's all. And the last proposal is, I just want to make it clear, I don't believe that we want to include the application form itself as an appendix to the ordinance, simply because we're considering some edits to it, and it would just be easier to amend the application if it's not part of the ordinance itself.
Can you, on the next to the last amendment that you have, where you list the group of people or individuals that should be in there, I think I emailed back to you that I thought it would be appropriate to include the Park and Recreation Advisory Group as well. Without seeing, exactly what you're looking at the moment, is that included in there? And if not, why would we not include the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission as well?
So unless somebody else wants to respond, no, the ordinance does not include the Parks and Recreation. The primary decision makers are, as proposed here, are the DCS and Department of Health and Human Services, in consultation with the Office of Sustainability and Environmental Commission, because it has to do with, the use of toxic, substances. What the application form makes clear, and I think it's elsewhere in the ordinance as well, Parks and Recreation may be consulted depending on the circumstance. There may be situations that the department and the advisory committee may actually be the ones requesting the use of a toxic pesticide. So in that case, it wouldn't be appropriate for those bodies to be part of the decision-making process. But I believe that it is actually in the ordinance that they're involved.
And I think that with time, perhaps those of you who are not really familiar with the roles and responsibilities and the abilities and the intricate nature that the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee has demonstrated over the years in assisting us with things, anything that has to do with open space, whether it's pesticides or whatever, they may know more of the land needs than anyone else here. I just feel sometimes that they are overlooked or put in a position that is disrespectful to what they do. And so I always try to include them because I know what they do, and I know these types of things are important to them. They bring in experts like other groups do, and they're very, very much up on what these things are as well. So I just wanted, for the record, to state that I think that the Park and Recreation Advisory Groups should certainly be included here. And as we move forward, if you're not really clear about, their abilities and the things that they do participate in, it's just good to get to know them, because then maybe we wouldn't leave them out of as many things as they're often left out of.
Just to clarify. No, I'd like to just clarify one thing, and I received your comments, and thank you for making them. I wanted to just point out on page 5, first of all, the ordinance covers more than just, township-owned parks and preserves.
Correct.
So if you look in paragraph B on page 5, it does say, I'm just verbatim.
No, I heard you. I received that paragraph.
This is just for the, I just want to make it
But
clear
you read
to
it
the public.
already, and I received that.
I did not read
Oh,
read
because
this part.
I heard where you included them earlier. I'm just wondering why you didn't include them at the end.
So the temporary exception application is where their involvement may be appropriate.
Yeah.
And it clearly says, in addition, the matter may be referred to the Parks and Recreation Department and/or Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee in the
Right.
case of Montclair Township-owned parks and preserves, as well as a town arborist in the case of public trees, if appropriate for review and recommendation. So-
Right. No, I'm just wondering, and I heard what you said, so it's just a difference of opinion. I think that they should have been included at the end as well. So that's, a matter of opinion. So does anyone else want to add anything here? Let me just ask, Madam Clerk, did you get all of that in your notes, and you're comfortable with that? Okay. Councilor Lockman.
So the title of the ordinance prohibits the use of toxic synthetic pesticides, and Article 4 mentions toxic synthetic pesticides. but that is never defined, what those are. You say prohibited product, and I think that should be prohibited product, i.e., or just call it toxic synthetic pesticides. I think you need to define that term specifically because that's the subject of this ordinance.
Where are you on the paper so we can get to that? Is there a space in here that you'd like to
This
put
is-
that? Yeah, but where would you like to include it? At the top?
I would like to specifically define the term toxic synthetic pesticides. And I would suggest that it could be prohibited product on page 3. That could be also the definition of toxic synthetic pesticides. It's just some food for thought.
So are you introducing that? Did you want to introduce that?
Yeah, I think the ordinance is specifically citing the use of toxic synthetic pesticides.
Right.
I think that term should be specifically defined. There's other terms that
That's good.
say the same thing, but, you're looking at this one particular term that is the subject of this ordinance. So I would add it as page 3, where it says prohibited product. That's what you're trying to prohibit, is toxic synthetic substances, and that defines that. So that's my suggestion. Take it or leave it.
I'll second that.
I know you looked at this a lot, and,
Is that material?
I don't think it's material. I do not think it's
Attorney
material.
Tentusky?
So I just want to be clear, the definition you're looking at with regard to the prohibited product,
Yeah.
first reference on page 4 of 8, 134-24A, is that right?
No, the first reference is under I'm sorry, the first reference of what? The term I'm looking at?
Prohibited yeah.
That's the title of the ordinance, and then I'm suggesting that the definition on page 3 of prohibited product, rather than just saying prohibited product, say toxic synthetic pesticides, if that's what they're defined. Somewhere or other in this ordinance, you need to define toxic synthetic pesticides.
Or just, do you want us to just remove the word toxic? Synthetic land care pesticides is the subject. So it's defined, and then it's in several. Synthetic land care pesticides are prohibited from being used on township-owned land. So so I see what you're saying, that the word toxic is used in the title of the ordinance, and then it's not really used again.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
should we
These
just
ordinances
use? Go ahead.
I have another idea,
Yeah.
and maybe we can run this by. What if we were to just to make it a little bit easier, since there's a lot of, what about the idea of creating a definition of toxic synthetic pesticides, which include prohibited products and synthetic land care pesticides?
Isn't prohibited product really just a reference to the various definitions in prohibited product, generally speaking, as far as the ordinance is concerned?
It's really just a technical matter.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So
Talking about semantics
however,
here.
you can take out the word toxic, because synthetic product, I believe, per Counselor Birmingham, is defined. So one way or the other, it needs to be either you change the name of what the ordinance is referring to, or you have a definition of what
If
the
that's the
ordinance.
case, I do not think it's substantive,
No.
but I leave it to the council's.
If I may, Mayor?
Councilor
Just-
D'Amato,
Just a
yes.
small point. This is a very long bill. It would be nice to make it shorter. I would just take out the word toxic because it's redundant.
Yep.
By definition, if you
Yep.
have a pesticide, it's toxic to something. Otherwise, you wouldn't be using it. So just take out toxic wherever it
So
appears.
that's all right with you?
In the heading, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's in the heading, and it's in Article 4, I think it is.
Page 3?
On page 2.
2, okay.
Yeah, okay? That's fine with me.
Sounds good. Anyone else? Madam Clerk? Yes.
Is there a second to the amendment proposed by Deputy
Second.
Mayor Anderson?
Second.
Okay. You want to call the roll on the amendment, Mayor?
Yes, please, thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Need to open the hearing.
Oh. So we finished. Does anyone in the public wish to be heard on this, please? The ordinance that we just went through and amended. Okay.
And Mayor, can I just say, for anyone who, again, this has been a long discussion, this only applies, this is prohibition of synthetic pesticides on township-owned public lands. So just in case anyone missed any part of that earlier discussion, it does not apply to private property. Of course, we hope and encourage people not to use toxic synthetic pesticides, but this only applies to township-owned public lands.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
I just would say philosophically, so I voted for this before and I'll vote for it again. I don't, there are always downsides with things that you do. I know there's some questions about, invasive species and how we're going to deal with that in certain places, but there is a mechanism. It's a very bulky one. I would just say, as a matter of philosophy and principle, I would have been happier had we just passed a resolution that said to the manager, don't use Roundup, anything like Roundup, unless you really, really need to, and then come ask us. Like one paragraph long. And I know that everybody, and I see that head of our great environmental commission here has worked very hard, and this is probably the way these things go, but they can be easier and lighter. And this is a really long thing, and we're growing bureaucracy here with, like, it's crabgrass with this a little bit. And I would like to say, next time we do something like this, why don't we just try the light version of it first and see if it works? That's all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, and I'd like to thank Deputy Mayor for all of your work and time that you put into this. Next, you're up.
Okay, pending ordinance O-25-24, an ordinance amending Chapter 3, Administration of Government, and to create and include Article XIVC, creating the Township of Montclair Clary Anderson Arena Utility. I so move.
Second. Council? Are there individuals in the public that wish to be heard? This is on pending ordinance 0-2524 regarding Clary Anderson Utility.
Sorry, can I ask one question?
Absolutely.
In this ordinance where it says that the utility in Clause A at the bottom of page 1, this utility shall be a separate entity having its own separate account and its own separate property. Just in terms of the word property there, the township still owns the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the utility does not own the property. All right, thank you. Yeah, but it's...
Property could include personal property, not just real.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson? This is pending ordinance O-25-24.
Okay, we already did.
Yeah. I asked them, it's not too late if anybody wishes to come forward and make sure. No, we did that already. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor
So my vote is yes, thank you.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Next, please, Counselor Williams.
Pending Ordinance 0-25-25, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 234, Parks and Playgrounds, Article 2, Rents and Fees, Chapter 234-10, Rents for Ice Skating at Montclair Clary Anderson Arena, and establishing fee schedule for Montclair Clary Anderson Arena. So moved.
Second.
Council members? Councilor D'Amato.
Yeah, I just want to thank again everybody who participated in both of those things, the manager for coming up with the idea of the utility before, and all the hard work that went into this, and all the people willing to, step into the unknown.
Thank you.
Just a question.
Yes, Counselor Toller.
Sure, thank you. Page 7, did we not want to include those numbers, or is that going to be on the final one? No, I mean, there's no skate rental number. It shows the fee, but the total. Or is that $100 going to be moved over to the skate line?
Which line, please, Counselor
Page
Toller?
7.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just curious.
I think the ticket is just for the fee. It doesn't include the rent.
Right, so it doesn't include the skates. All right. Is that correct?
Yeah.
No skates, just the fee.
Yes.
May I follow up with that? So
Yeah.
just to be clear, where it says, is the skate rental fee of $5 included in the ticket passes, or is that? It's not. So all of for everybody, it'll be $5 to rent skates. Okay.
Except in the group lessons. Council? Anyone from the public that wishes to be heard on this pending ordinance? No. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes?
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Counselor Toller, please.
Sure. Pending Ordinance O-25-26, Ordinance amending Salary Ordinance O-20-07 for the management non-union group for the year 2025. I so move.
Second. Council members? Any members of the public wish to be heard on this pending ordinance 0-25-26? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes?
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. And that ends the pending ordinance on second reading. On second reading, you all will recall that we do offer you an opportunity to be heard. We're going to move on now to new business ordinances. And the first reading, we do not invite you at this time to be heard. Councilor D'Amato, please.
Ordinance to amend Chapter 341 Water, Article 5, Section F, permits required inspection and approval, and I so move.
Second.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilor Williams.
Mike?
Michael?
Hey, Michael. Just a quick question. I noticed there's two ordinances before us. There's one for the sewer line, and there's one for the water line?
Yes.
Okay. Why does the water line stop at the curb, but the sewer line, the homeowner's responsible beyond the curb?
So when the sewers were installed, the township didn't install the sewer lines to the curb, whereas opposed to the water lines, even now, when we put a new water main and we need to run new services, we install to that curb line with the valve because we actually own that valve. So that is ours to operate. That is not the homeowners to operate. So whereas the sewers, they ran the sewer all the way out to the road and hooked to our main in the road.
I don't completely understand.
So when you ran a building lateral or a sewer lateral, correct? When you were building a new building, even when they first laid the sewer mains themselves, there were no stubs run to the curb line from the utility. They just laid the sewer mains themselves. Anyone who wanted to hook to the sewer mains had to do it themselves. When they ran water mains, they ran stubs with valves to the curb line, and then you just hooked to that valve that was at the curb line.
Got it. Okay.
May I?
Yes, Councilor Toller.
Sure. Thank you, Michael. So this ordinance, if we, agree on this and approve it, this goes into effect on the 21st day. How are we letting homeowners know what cost would this be to them?
There's no change in cost. This is more just a clarification. So this is the way it's always been.
Good.
I'm just adding the photo to give a little more clarification to what is municipal owned versus what is privately owned. That's the only thing we're trying to achieve with this. There's no change really. It's been this way for a very long time. These photos are just giving more clarification because we do get a lot of phone calls on this. And when we talk about it over the phone and try and discuss it with people, they do have a hard time understanding sometimes. So giving them the photo is just a little easier reference for the public.
Okay.
Councilor Birmingham, please.
Did we vote on that?
We
Oh, we
vote on
didn't
it.
vote. I'm so sorry. Madam Clerk, please.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller, Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Councilor?
New business ordinance O-25, I don't, what's the number? I don't have it. H, this is the ordinance to amend Chapter 269 Sewer, Article 19, Section 0. Permits and rules, Section, Article 50, yeah, I said that, Article 15, Section. And this is about the property owners shall be responsible for repair and maintenance of building lateral up to and including the connection to the public sewer. See photo for reference. So this is as you just described, Michael. This is the sewer portion to make it clear what's the homeowner's responsible for.
Second.
I so move.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, I have one more question for Michael. I'm sorry. You're 112% certain this isn't going to cost the homeowners any money down the road by us changing this ordinance? Because I'm looking at your picture, and how would the average homeowner know that now? Are we sending something out to
Well,
let them
they
know?
always own that. It's the
Okay.
way it always was. So even before we put this ordinance in place, if anyone called about a sewer issue, if it was their lateral broken in the street, it was their responsibility.
Yeah, because I had a issue.
We had a discussion about
Right,
the one
gentleman on
resident,
Maple
yes.
Avenue, he was unaware.
Yes,
So-
this is the way it's always been. Again, we're just, because of the confusion that some residents have, I want to add the photo for reference just to show them. It makes it a little easier to explain to them over the phone sometimes. But there's no change. It's always been this way. It's just adding the photo.
And how are we getting this out to homeowners, this information? So they're.
I can work with Matt in communications on that, just to say that we've updated the ordinance with the photos.
And maybe something can be put in their water bills? A flyer of some sort?
That's something we could work on if you like.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
It does change something, though, which is that it's talking about the connection itself, so the coupling.
They always even own the connection. We never own the connection.
But we're changing the text of the ordinance. It's not just the photo.
It's just clarifying. The text is just clarifying. So
That
if
it
you-
is the coupling.
It is the coupling too. That's all it's doing. It was, if you called me 3 months ago and said I have a problem with my sewer at the connection, it would still technically be your responsibility.
So,
Councilor
Michael,
Lockman.
I know we talked about this, but I don't know why you just don't call it sewer pipe instead of building lateral.
I just kept it with consistent with the definitions in ordinance 269-2. That's all.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
definitions laying it. I didn't want to change the language and then have the definitions be different from what's in the ordinance.
And there's nothing, it's defined as a building lateral, not a sewer pipe.
Yes.
Okay.
No problem.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm all for like clear English. and,
No, I understand.
you know,
I would have
yeah.
put it clearer, but again, there was a definition section, and I didn't want to go through changing all the definitions too, so I figured just keep it all consistent.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Counselor Lockman, please.
So we're doing,
Aye.
so this is an ordinance to amend Section 347 zoning of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. And it has to do with the change to ADUs and I believe the definition of a basement.
You so move? You move it?
Oh, yes. Yes, I move this.
A second? Discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
So my
Deputy-
understanding was that this was submitted and vetted by the planning
Yes.
board?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know, this is an aside, how many ADUs have been built?
I think there's less than 20, or is that around? Yeah, I think that's what it's
Okay.
about that, yeah. Janice, do you know exactly? I could be wrong.
I know it's less than 20. I'm thinking it's less than 10.
She said, I don't know.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many ADUs have been built, but we've received 15 applications that are in various stages of processing.
15.
So,
Sorry. Wrong answer.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
No.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Deputy Mayor?
New business ordinance, an ordinance opting into the an ordinance opting into the Garden State C-PACE program to facilitate the financing of C-PACE projects. I so move.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Toller?
Sure. I know we discussed this in EDC, but I'm just trying to get some clarification on page 5. Item H. Just wondering if we know at this time who the appropriate administrative personnel will be assigned to that. And is there going to be a need of protection for the town? You know, is it going to be a staff member, or are we getting someone from the outside?
My understanding is that it's going to be somebody from the planning department and specifically the economic development coordinator. But if I'm incorrect, please, Ms. Talley.
Development Coordinator? Okay.
yes, Daniel is here. There is a requirement in this ordinance that the township identify a municipal liaison to coordinate the documentation and work as the liaison between the developers and the state, the EDA. And the intent, after discussions with Manager Marks, would be that the economic development coordinator would fulfill that role.
Okay. Mayor, may I just provide
Yes,
just a little bit of information
Deputy
to the
Mayor.
public? Thank you. So this, this has been presented by the EDC. There was an individual who came up to the podium during public comment, I think it was a couple of months ago, and said he was a business owner in the, I believe he said it was the 4th Ward, asking if Montclair would participate in this program. It's a state program that offers property owners, including commercial property owners, a chance to get financing, private financing, and make improvements, including, improvements that are energy efficient improvements, things like that, and at a fairly low interest loan. The township's responsibility is just to be sort of essentially a pass-through entity for the assessments. And the township would also get an annual administration fee that's paid by the applicant. So my understanding is it's around $12.50, right, per year? So in our view, in the committee's view, there was really no risk to the township. It's merely just trying to provide a benefit to property owners.
One more
Great.
question.
No, I appreciate you for doing a rapid summary, because not being on that committee, I benefit by you breaking it down. Thank you. Councilor Toller.
Yep, back to item H. It just says that this designee in accordance with the assignment agreement without the necessity of prior approval from the governing body. Can we take out without, because I think we need to review whatever comes in. I don't know if without should be there.
Councilor Toller, please tell me what page you're on.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 5 again. I was still
Thank
on
you.
letter H.
Okay, thank you.
Why not?
Why?
Because that's just going to create a bottleneck. Like
For
right now,
whom?
we're only meeting once a month.
Okay, bottleneck for whom?
But this is not, and correct me if I'm not even like that. Isn't the purpose of this, we're receiving money, we're collecting it, and then we're paying it out. So it's not coming from the town itself, we're acting kind of as an agent. Am I wrong here?
Correct. Yeah, it's not township money. It's money that is being paid by the property owner. And so it's allowing for, it's just allowing for that mechanism to happen.
It does allow for CPACE and lenders, they're going to get the most benefit, not necessarily the residents. So I'm just thinking we would like to see what's being done. That's all, just curious.
I would just like to make sure that the manager feels that we have adequate staffing to do something like this. And we had a conversation, and he agrees that there's no issue with staffing on this.
And so, for those of you that are in economic development, with all the residents that may be, at home or even here, wondering, how can they get in on this? Is there a number, or who do they contact, or what do we, tell them if they want to get more information and possibly participate?
I think the plan was for us to publicize this through the town website and talk to developers who may have, or property owners who may have the need for this. So do some outreach, and that would be what Mr. White would be doing as well.
Okay, good. Thank you. Anyone else, council? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Lockman?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes. An ordinance to amend Section 327-9-1, Vehicles and Traffic, Multi-Way Stop Intersections of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. So moved.
Second? Discussion?
Mayor?
Oh, yes, Deputy.
So this is a recommendation for four-way, turning what's currently two-way stops to four-way stops at the intersections of Willowdale and Washington and Gates and Clinton. Just for everybody, the public's benefit.
Anyone else? Councilor Lockman?
I just really have a question. So as I drive through town, and it's mentioned here that there's obstructions created by private hedges, is that something that the Vision Zero task force is kind of pinpointing, where there's private hedges that need to be cut down? Because I actually, even coming out of the driveway here at 205, it's hard to make a left-hand turn because there's these bushes. So how do we tell people, I guess the Department of Public Works, that we need to cut down these hedges? Code enforcement, yeah, we can sick code enforcement on the town.
Well, no, they do a wonderful job on that when they're aware.
Yes, yeah, but how do we make them aware? I guess that's the question.
Oh, I guess the same
Yeah.
way they're aware of other code things. I know I had a shrub that was, obstructing, and
Yeah.
they were very kind. They came and they put a notice, and it was a warning. And since I don't go in and out of the front door, I really was not aware.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
as soon as I found out, I did. So I know that they are out there doing a great job. I'd like to thank code enforcement for doing such a wonderful job. I'm sure they'll continue.
Or so maybe that, on the website, we have that report and issue box. So we could report
Yeah.
hedges that we think interfere with sight lines there.
That's
Okay.
the best way to
Yeah,
report
yeah.
any issue.
Yeah.
Any
Best
issue,
way.
and it goes to Councilor
Any issue.
Williams.
Right, yeah, that's an excellent,
Okay.
excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Counselor Toller, please.
Sure. Resolution, we're on number L, letter L, correct?
Yes.
An ordinance to amend section 327-16, vehicles and traffic, parking prohibited at all times of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. I so move.
Second? Discussion?
Yes, Mayor, may I?
Yes.
So, this proposed ordinance would be to create new on-street parking restrictions near the intersection of Woodland Avenue and Pearson, and to try to address, sightline issues. I think, my only question is, does anyone think that this would cause an issue for residents who are parking there now?
May I?
Counselor Toller?
Thank you. Many of the residents on Pearson Place and those streets behind Pearson have actually reached out, and they have concerns that when they pull onto Pearson to make a left onto Woodland Avenue curves just enough that you can't see. Thank you, Manager Marks. I think Mr. Ashley was out there on site with me one day, and a few other people from 205, and did we or did we not witness almost several times? So again, if you're coming off of Pearson Place, you can easily make a right turn onto Woodland to go down into Glen Ridge. Again, if you're trying to make a left turn to go up Woodland Avenue has just enough bend in it that it obstructs your sight, that if you have to come off of Pearson, you almost have to get into the middle of Woodland Avenue. The home on the corner, I've spoken to that, it's Hakeem's house and the house next door. They're aware there's 2 no parking signs there now, and even with the no parking signs, because the curve, Woodland Avenue has a slight bend to it,
Yes.
it doesn't work. So this has to happen.
That's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
I agree. I'm very familiar with this location, and thank you for moving forward with this.
No, thank you, Mr. Marks, Mr. Ashley, and to the residents on Pearson, Marston,
Yes.
those streets behind. It's really kind of their only egress out from that area, if you
Yep.
will. So, I thank them for bringing it to my attention.
Anyone else? Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Counselor D'Amato, please.
Item M, fully funded capital ordinance providing for various parking utility capital improvements in and by the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex, New Jersey, and appropriating the sum of $250,000 from the Parking Utility Capital Improvement Fund for the cost thereof. So moved.
Second. Discussion?
Yes, I just have a question, because it appears that agenda item M and N, they could be duplicates, but the one that Councilor D'Amato just read, the front cover says parking, but when you look at the back up here, it says sewer. And the language in section 3 and some other, should it read parking here, or should it read sewer?
If I may?
Yes.
I think,
Counselor Lockman?
Mr. Marks gave us the revised ones along with this yellow sheet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
and
take
it's
a
been
look at that.
corrected, yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
M is for
like
parking.
Michael. Said M is for parking. Anyone else?
So the amount increased, is that correct? And now we do have the correct language. but the dollar amount increased, right?
Mayor, I think this is,
Yes.
it looks like these are just, it's not increasing fees or anything, it's just appropriating monies that they already, I mean, it's in their capital improvement budget. So this is essentially a formality.
Correct. Manager Marks.
So item M is a $250,000 spending authorization for the parking utility. And item N is a $2 million authorization for the the sewer utility. So there was a clerical error, I think, with the original packet that was corrected in the handouts for today. So technically it wasn't an increase. $250,000 for parking and $2 million for sewer utility.
Thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
But just to be clear, because it's not that it's just a formality, because in our budget, we're not passed, this is the actual, it's fully funded, so it's not taxpayer, it's coming from the utility. I just want to be clear that that budget that we passed was not promising money.
Well, this ordinance authorizes $250,000 to be spent
Yes.
for the parking utility. We're not going to market for bonding. We're not going to be, we're not incurring additional debt. We're self-funding.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is ideal government in action. So,
Yes.
we're
Yeah, we're saying the same thing. I
the
just
utilities are
yeah.
self-liquidating.
Yeah.
They're paying for themselves in cash. We're not borrowing.
Yes.
If I may.
Oh,
Good evening. Capital projects, infrastructure projects can be funded in any number of ways. When you adopted the 2025 budget, there were certain things put into your operating budget. By state budget law, that operating budget is available for 2025 purchases. What this does is it creates a capital ordinance to say $250,000 for your capital utility, and it does not expire at the end of the year. It becomes a capital, and the reason it's a capital ordinance, not a bond ordinance, is because the utilities here have been fiscally managed to be self-funding. There is no need to go out for debt. But that means that when this is done, whether those projects take till the end of 2025, end of 2026, the funds remain because they have been put into a capital ordinance. That's what this accomplishes.
Thank you very much. Councilor Lockman?
and I just wanted to point out, this is how our Clary Anderson utility will work as well.
I'm excited about that. Anyone else? No? Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Agenda item N. We,
Is that me?
we,
You just, okay.
well, we sort of
Well,
just
we
did that,
just-
right?
Yeah. Actually, I assumed we were passing both of them.
Right. Well, I just want to know, on agenda item N, does anybody have any discussion? I'll move that. Is there a second?
Second.
Anyone have any discussion? No, I think that the discussion that we previously had
Takes care.
covered this one. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Now, Councilor Lockman.
And I guess we're on.
Oh.
Oh, okay, and there's only one O. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So I move ordinance for a fully funded capital ordinance providing for various water utility capital improvements in and by the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex, New Jersey, and appropriating the sum of $3 million from the Water Utility Capital Improvement Fund for the cost thereof. Second?
Second. Discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes?
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Now we're moving from our ordinances, and we will go on to new business resolutions. Deputy Mayor, will you begin, please? Number 1, resolution? Oh, okay. You've been nominated. Thank you.
I tried to
Manager
use-
Marks, will you please do
Sure.
the resolution by popular demand?
So item number 1 is a resolution to award bid 25-16 to Fred Beans Ford, Inc. for 2 police interceptors. Total cost is $91,900.
So,
I'm
and somebody point out to me, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yes,
Okay.
certainly. Thank you.
Could somebody point out to me if I'm wrong already. Did we previously ask for an inventory of the cars? And did we receive?
Yes, we
received
did.
it? Okay,
I think
so-
I remember Counselor Toller, matter of fact, asked for that at a meeting.
I think we've asked for it more than once.
Yes, more than once.
Since I've been here.
Yes, Manager
And I
Marks.
apologize if I didn't,
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't, maybe once since you've been here, but definitely with the old, I'm looking for an inventory of all of our vehicles. You know, we need details of acquisition, use, life remaining, estimated cost to replace, who's using the vehicles, things of that nature. It seems like we get a lot of resolutions for vehicles to be purchased, and I can email it to you.
Okay,
You can catch
we
all
will.
of that. Not a problem.
Mr. Scantlebury?
Yes, I was going to say that I have an inventory of vehicles, but not with that detail as far as,
Okay, so what I'll do is tomorrow I'll email the manager and I'll copy you.
Yes.
And if anybody else wants to be copied, sure.
We have to provide that information to the JIF anyway for automobile insurance purposes, so it should be fairly easy to provide.
Great, thank you.
Item number 2 is a resolution to purchase 1 new 2025 Ford F-150 and 1 new 2024 Ford Police Interceptor from Nielsen Ford through Morris County Purchasing Cooperative. Total cost is $92,794.
I was just wondering why you use 2 different vendors here for the same car?
I would defer to the chief if the chief doesn't mind coming up.
It doesn't, I mean, it's no big deal, I'm just curious.
I do not have the actual answer to that, Lieutenant Bureau, but I will say this, the problem is trying to get some of the cars, so he's going out to different people to try and get the vehicles. And as far as the inventory for cars, I believe we have a total of 50 cars, if you count the side job vehicles that we have. We have 7 side job vehicles. I believe we have something like 22 admin vehicles, and the remaining are patrol vehicles, if you're looking for the inventory of the cars. That's what it is. But we did provide that to the CFO multiple times. We provided that during the budget hearings. We've discussed the inventory many times, so I'm not sure where the paperwork went, but we did forward that paperwork. So, is that the only question?
Chief, I have one question. I was reading that the Ford Interceptor, it's the standard powertrain is a hybrid. Like, it's not an extra. Is that what we're getting? Like,
I don't recall this one being a hybrid. I don't. I
Okay.
do know we have one electric car that's coming down the pike for community policing. We're just trying to get the cars that right now that are available.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can
I'll
you
find out. I don't
check
have
on
the
that?
answer for you
Because
on
I
that.
was just reading that it's actually the standard.
I
It's
do
not
know.
the extra. It's the
Yeah,
standard.
I understand. I'll look into
Yeah.
that. I do know they were all budgeted for. They were all discussed during the hearings.
Mhm.
So I know nothing should be a surprise, but I'll get you an answer on that. That's no problem. Is that it, Mayor?
Thank you, Chief.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you, Chief. Item number 3 is a resolution to purchase 1 2025 Ford Explorer from United Ford LLC through TIPS Purchasing Cooperative 240901 National Cooperative Contract Pricing for $49,878.
I just have a question, and I talked with the attorney earlier today. Some of these have certification of fund sheets and others don't. Is it a requirement that they all should have it? Because, for example, this one that you just read has it, but the other 2 that we did not, so I'm just curious.
They all should have the certification of funds. It may or may not have been provided through Granicus when the agenda was prepared, so I apologize if it fell off. I would defer to Nada if she recalls whether the certification of funds was, I assume it was, for the...
I can confirm tomorrow, so.
Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
I will be more than happy to go through the agenda tomorrow and confirm that all the certifications of funds are there.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Item number 4 is resolution authorizing acceptance of the Staffing and Community Engagement Grant from Sustainable Jersey for fiscal year 2025, August 21, 2025 through August 20, 2026, in an amount of $25,000.
Question, is this going to cover existing staff or new staff?
I believe it's for existing staff.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
So I thank you for that question. So my understanding is that it is to, this, along with 2 other grants, will be allowing the existing staff member who reports to Lisa Johnson, right? And to allow her to be full-time for the next, at least the next 2 years. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
But this may tie into item number 20, but we'll wait till we get there.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 4 is a resolution authorizing acceptance of the staffing and, I'm sorry, I just read that. Item number 5 is a resolution authorizing submission of an application to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection for the 2025 Water Quality Restoration Grant Program. The approximate grant application is for $326,700 with no local match, basically to construct a resiliency park at 399 Orange Road.
Question?
Yes, Counselor Toller.
Sure, I thought I was under the understanding that this money was here and accounted for. Is Ms. Talley still here?
Yes, she's here.
But now.
Planner Talley, please.
Yeah, I mean, I've had several community meetings about this, and
Yeah.
I think the last one we had, we were talking about the design of the park.
Yes.
I know we were told, and I know residents were told, but is this a separate amount that's not here?
The grant that I manage for 399 Orange Road is for remediation only. This is a separate grant to actually create the park, to provide the landscaping and the improvements to the park.
Okay.
And the stormwater drainage.
Can I ask, Janice, may I ask you?
Counselor Lockman?
Yeah. Is this the total cost to do the total amount of work, or will the town be asked to contribute something?
This is for the landscaping and the drainage improvements. There might be components of it that are not covered by the grant. We don't have those details right yet, but it's certainly, the creation of the park would have been a township expense anyway. So this helps
So
offset.
the grant helps, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I was a little confused too, because I
Yeah.
thought there was some money for the drainage component of it, but maybe not. Maybe that's the grant that.
This grant pays
Okay,
for,
'cause-
we wanted to put a detention basin underneath this park.
That's right, because
as
I had,
calling
that's
it
the
a
one that I
resilient-
worked on and signed off with you.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I got it now. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes,
Eric,
who, what, you pointed that way?
I think he's first and then I'm me.
Okay,
I do- a
Counselor
very quick
D'Amato
question.
and then Deputy Mayor.
Just whether or not, when we talk about detaining water, which is super fantastic, do we know, like how much I've read about these detention vaults. And,
Right.
And just like, do we know how many cubic yards or whatever of water?
No, we haven't
Yeah.
designed it yet. I basically got a quick drawing from the township engineer of what it should look like and put that in the grant application.
Yeah.
We don't have any of those details.
Cool.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you. So I do want to commend the staff for identifying this grant opportunity. I actually, because it mentions the design will include like rain gardens and bioswales, so I wrote yay next to that. Glad to see that. So I did want, so the amount, the grant request would be $326,700 with no financial match, it says, from the township at this stage of the project. But I think, my understanding is that this is mainly going to support the design, right?
No, it's actually, well, the design and construction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because there's obviously engineering designs for the drainage, and then the work of the landscape architect to put together, to work with the community to put together the plan.
Yep.
And construction, so.
Right, and we're
Okay.
going to try not to go over budget. We have a lot of wonderful residents in the fourth ward, came up with some beautiful, beautiful designs and ideas that they would like to see in this park, and I'm sure it's going to go way over budget, but we'll have to work on that and come to some kind of consensus.
Deputy Mayor, I'm laughing because where you said yay, every time I see rain gardens, I'm like, no, not another one, because we had a bad experience here in Montclair. If you don't have anyone in place that's going to actually take care of them and manage them appropriately, then they turn into just a bed of weeds and they look terrible. So if you ever want to see the rain garden that we did in Montclair, go to 340 Orange Road, right in front of the senior citizens housing. There's a triangle there. And that mess is called rain garden. So every time I see anything that has rain garden, I just want to say, you know, what's different? Are we going to have appropriate staff who's going to tend to the rain garden and care to do that, or what's going to be different?
I think that was an early version of a rain garden. I think we can improve upon that and make it much more effective. And rather, that rain garden was really just to collect water. This is going to be integrated within a passive park with a walkway, you know, so people can appreciate it. So it's a little bit of a different concept, not just to collect the water. It's going to be part of a passive park. So I think we can do a lot better than what we saw
Well,
on
we
that
can
particular
experiment in
parcel.
another end of town, right? Go experiment somewhere else, and once you have it really, you know, tight, then bring it down to 39.
I think I'd rather, I kind of think this can be the model for what we can do elsewhere in Montclair, because it's going to be Montclair's first resilience park.
There we go. Okay, Jan, second that.
20 days roundup on it.
And the little mice and rats in the water. Thank you. Manager Marks, please.
Okay, item number 6 is a resolution authorizing acceptance of the Lifelong Montclair Community Outreach Program Project Grant from Partners for Health Foundation for fiscal year 2025, which is July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026. It is a $50,000 grant to support staffing and outreach.
Yes, Councilor Lockman.
This is existing staffing, we're not having any new hire for this,
I
are we?
believe it's existing staffing. Judy?
Hey, good evening.
Hi, this is for a new staff. It's a 1099 employee, though. They will not be a hire of Montclair's.
And it's probably just for a year, right?
Correct, 1 year.
And then they're gone.
Right, well, what the whole program is about is to establish a network of volunteers who will connect with vulnerable seniors and underserved communities in Montclair.
So it's like a train-the-trainer thing?
Exactly.
Yeah, and then the year will be the training time, and then the person is gone. Okay,
And they'll
thank
be
you.
trained. Okay, any other questions?
One other question, it doesn't have to do with this. Did you get an email from Transportation about the Target run for
I
tomorrow?
sure
Okay,
did.
just want to make sure.
Unbelievable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Manager.
So item number 7, item number 7 is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a New Jersey Department of Health grant for childhood lead exposure and prevention, CLEP, 2026 for July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026. The total grant application is for $174,862.
And I'm sorry, but
Yes.
is that a staffing thing? I'm sorry, staffing again, or what's going on there?
No, they have it.
Yes, it's a component, it's a bunch of different things, and staffing's part of it. Out of the 174, about 145 will be existing staffing.
Right.
Offsetting, existing staff that we have, there's no new staff.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Thank you. No, they
Thank you.
did that before, yeah. Sure.
Item number 8 is a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application to the U.S. Department of Agriculture Farmers Market Promotion Program, FMPP, Turnkey Marketing and Promotion Grant to support strategic outreach and promotion of the Montclair Farmers Market. The total grant request is $81,400, and it requires an in-kind match of $30,600.
Counselor Lockman?
So is that $30,000 independently funded by the farmers market group, or is that coming out of our
I
pocket?
believe it's coming from the township budget. Oh, sorry.
Right, okay.
I stand corrected.
It's coming from the farmer's market.
It is, so
Okay.
they,
Yeah.
they contribute, and,
Yeah.
okay, all right. Yeah.
No, they're paying for a social media manager.
So how, does the farmer's market, the people who come to the farmer's market pay a fee to be at the market, and is that how they accumulate funds? I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
that's it, okay.
Yeah, all the vendors pay a fee.
Yeah, okay,
Can you
thank you.
explain the social media manager?
They hired a company to manage their social media. So
Oh,
they're
their social
using,
media.
yeah, the farmer's market. So they're using that investment as the contribution, as the match for this grant.
Counselor Lockman?
Yeah, it strikes me that they're doing pretty well, right? The farmer's market, are they not so, that they need to hire more advertising, so to speak?
It could always be better.
It could be better?
Yeah.
No, how are they
I mean,
doing,
it's not
I
just
guess?
it's not just about the advertising. It's getting the word out that there's fresh produce, in an area that's really missing a lot of fresh produce, and also reaching the community that uses SNAP, because they do a
Oh,
double
okay.
bucks program where they match dollar for dollar. So just really getting the word out, doing marketing on that, helping with the promotions is what this grant's about.
Okay, thank you.
Question. Would you be
Yes,
able to-
Counselor Toler.
Thank you. I don't want to say it out here loud for you to repeat my question. Can you share a list with me via email of who's going to actually benefit? I don't mean individual names, but areas, because if they're talking about doing a social media hire, which they can do, I can't guarantee the people that need to receive this will be following this social media platform.
Well,
So-
the grant has a whole list of outreach opportunities. That's
Okay.
just the match that they're doing.
Okay, but I'd still like to know where these, this farmer's market, when these produce and vegetables come in, the areas of town that will benefit from it, and how they'll get there or how it will get to them.
Okay, I can give you, do you want the grant
You
whatever?
can email it to me,
Okay.
that's fine, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Manager?
Item number 9 is a resolution to upgrade and renew contract with LawSoft Inc., which is the call generating record keeping report writing system used by the Montclair Police Department. The contract is $20,750 for 2025. Item 10 is a resolution authorizing renewal of a fair and open competitive contract for Township Utility Engineers, which was issued as RFP 23-P04. It's a 2-year contract award for $220,000 to Gannett Fleming and $230,000 to Suburban Engineers.
Question?
Yes, Counselor Toler?
Yeah, there's two different R numbers here on the first page. At the bottom, it says R24-041, then when you turn to the next one, it's R25-041. So is it 24 or 25? The resolution starting number? It could be a typo, I'm just asking.
That one is. The reason you have two different resolution numbers is because the first resolution was awarding the contract for the engineers. The second resolution, which we just passed earlier this year, I believe it was February, was just giving them their new dollar amounts.
Do you know
This is just extending their contract. We're not adding any money, changing any money. This is just extending the contract for another year.
So R24-041 was the original one?
Yes, I believe that was.
And then in February.
In
of this
February,
year,
we amended the
approved
contract to
R25.
change the dollar amounts, yes.
Okay.
Okay, it has the specific.
I still think it's a typo, Mike, but,
Thank you.
okay.
Manager?
Yes. So item number 11 is a resolution to expand study area for the Cultural Resource Survey of the Upper Montclair Commuters Area Phase 2. It is a $30,000 grant application. Yes.
I read this and I have no
Me
clue
either.
what
I was gonna
what it's
ask.
doing, or what it's for.
Me either. I was going to ask the same thing, like, little help.
So what they do is a consulting firm comes and it looks at the area that's designated, and it does a study of what historic preservation elements are there. So they have already received the grant, they're just extending the area that they're looking at, and there's no additional cost for it. It's just, they're looking at Applegate Farms area and to see if there's cultural resources there that, that have value.
What constitutes a cultural
Well,
resource?
that's a historic preservationist would have to tell you that.
Planner Tally?
Yeah, we already have this grant,
Yeah.
but at the suggestion of the State Historic Preservation Office and the consultant that was hired, there was a suggestion that we expand the number of properties that are included in the cultural resource study. Once this study is completed, the effect is that these properties are now part of our historic resource inventory, and it's part of the demolition ordinance. So any properties that are evaluated as part of this would require approval from the HPC prior to any demolition. So we felt it important before we changed the scope of this project to make sure that we got council approval, because you approved the original, or the previous council, the original scope. This expands the scope by expanding the geographic area for the properties that are going to be part of this study, and that would then be affected by our demolition ordinance.
And what's this commuter area that it's talking about?
That's just what's in our historic preservation plan. That's the name of that potential historic district. It's the Upper Montclair commuter area. So we're just expanding it beyond what was included in the historic preservation plan to include some additional properties.
But is the term cultural resources, are they using that the same as like historic? I'm trying to figure out if that's the same thing as a historic preservation. I'm not really understanding what the cultural
I think cultural
resource.
it's the catch-all phrase. Cultural resources includes historic, it includes archaeological. We also look if there's important people that lived in those buildings or on those properties. That's all part of the cultural evaluation.
Okay. Thank you. It's a good thing. Yeah, no, I'm just not familiar, but thank you, I appreciate it. Anyone else? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I was having a discussion with somebody about this, but maybe I'm projecting into the future a little bit too much. And I'm all for identifying potential, historic properties. But how are current property owners going to be notified if after the study it's determined there?
We are required by our code to notify them. So we send them a letter by certified mail. Once the study is completed and it's accepted by the State Historic Preservation Office, we then send them notices that they are now part of this evaluation, and the Historic Preservation Demolition Ordinance is applicable to them.
Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
But there are other restrictions that would come if it was part of a genuine historic district, right?
Yes, this is only for demolition.
Only
which mean-
demolition, but I mean, I do have constituents in the neighborhood who got the postcard 18 months ago or whatever, and were like, I'll never be able to paint my house again. So
Right.
They won't be able to paint their house.
well,
again,
that
Yeah.
you have to make
Examples.
aesthetic
Yeah.
aesthetic choices will be
Right.
up to you know.
It does not affect that. They just can't demolish more than 50% of the house that's visible from the public to the public view without approval from the HPC. Okay?
Thank you, Planner. Manager Marks, please.
Item number 12 is a resolution authorizing emergency purchase pursuant to NJSA 40A:11-6, repair of 500 horsepower motor rotating assembly. This was an emergency contract for $62,810 awarded to Longo Electric.
Oh, yes, Deputy?
Mayor, I just want to clarify, is this something that has to be acted upon today? Oh, I'm sorry.
I believe I mean, it was an emergency. The contract was already issued, or the items were purchased, so.
No, but in order to
This
pay
is
the contractor. that's
essentially a
already-
reconciling resolution.
So they are under the Passaic Valley Co-op cooperative system, but because it was an emergency situation, under the statute that you read, we can call them in to do this without any sort of contract. They're one of our pre-approved vendors we use. They actually built that pump station. That's why we had them come in and work on the motor and the rotating assembly.
No, thank you. I understand all of that. It says we're being asked to approve payment, so.
Yeah, because so when you call an emergency, what they do is they come in right away.
Right.
The reason it took so long was because there was one sleeve on the rotating assembly which actually moves the water, which was back ordered. So that's what took them so long to actually bring the parts back. But because this was vital to us in terms of, especially in the time of year where the demand goes up, we need these two 500 horsepower pumps.
Yeah.
Our two smaller pumps don't meet demand. And if one goes down, it's good to have a backup. You don't want to be running with just one. We thought it was imperative to call the emergency to have them come in.
Excuse me, Mike, this isn't a confirming order, is it?
Yeah, you're authorizing payment for the work that was already done.
Yeah, so it is a confirming order.
Yeah, this is already done.
But it was an emergency.
Yeah, these pumps are vital for, potable water throughout the town and fire protection.
No, I understand it was an emergency. I'm just trying to understand because confirming orders can cost municipalities money at the end. And when we have our audit, they're going to want an explanation, so.
Except for emergencies. I mean, emergencies are built into the local public
And
contracts law.
this is from the March 13th, 2025
Yes.
still? Okay.
Thank you very much. Manager Marks?
So item number 13 is a resolution authorizing grant application submission and execution of a grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for the Miller-Elmwood Street pedestrian lighting improvements.
Discussion. Counselor Toller?
Well, Counselor Williams can go first.
Counselor Williams?
I didn't understand this because it's 1 block long.
Me either. We have to talk to Daniel. Is he here?
Planner, oh, no, I'm sorry.
It's a nice block, but it's a lot of money for a block. But maybe Mr. White will share with us how he arrived at this memo.
Economic Development Coordinator, Mr. White?
Yeah.
Thank you.
First time on the hot seat. Good to be here.
I know, good to have you.
You're gonna eat you alive.
So, we took a look at this area. It was my understanding that there were some concerns about lighting on Miller and Elmwood. I went out there. I did a visit myself.
Yep, go ahead.
I went out there. I did a visit myself, and I agree that I think that lighting over there could be improved, and we know that there's also some concerns on Elm as well. As Vision Zero is doing work on Elm to try and improve pedestrian and cyclist safety over there. And so, this project, I'm viewing it really as kind of an expanded approach to what we're doing more broadly throughout the entire township in terms of improving pedestrian and cyclist safety. We're going to be this grant is really submitting for, I think, 24 lights
On which streets?
On Miller and Elmwood, right?
Okay.
So I think there are 3 freestanding lights on the southern side of Miller. We probably put in for, I think, maybe 2 freestanding lights on the northern side of Miller, and then a few Cobra attachments that are supposed to attach to, well, they're not technically Cobra attachments, but they're smaller attachments that are supposed to attach to utility poles that light the sidewalk as well. And there are going to be a number of those along Elmwood, along with other freestanding lights as well. But most of the freestanding lights, I think, are located on Miller.
That I'm fine with. That's something that residents wanted. through the Community Development Block Grant funding. But I'm not sure how we got to this bike lane, and I guess that's the question you have. And since we are talking about a bike lane, I'm curious as to what impact this would have on traffic. Has there been any traffic studies done first, you know, to even see if this is feasible to put that lane there? Miller Street, Elmwood, they're very tight streets, they're cut-through streets. Elm Street itself could possibly have a bike lane, but I'm not certain about Elmwood.
Yeah.
With the bike lane, that's a very tight street, so I'm not sure how we arrive at a bike lane on Elmwood unless
Or
this
Miller.
meant to say Elm.
May I?
Sorry if, I mean,
Excuse me,
so.
I'm not done with him, thanks.
Yeah,
Go
no,
ahead.
sorry if I confused the matter. I mean, this resolution doesn't propose that we install a bike lane on Miller
Okay.
or Elmwood. I really only brought up Vision Zero just to mention that this work is being done
Okay,
kind of in the broader area.
okay, very good. Go ahead, Councilor Williams.
Yes, Councilor Lockman?
Yeah, I believe you sent the EDC a map showing where the lighting will be, so I think
I did.
you probably have that.
Right, because we were supposed to meet and that never happened, but it's okay.
Right.
I'm glad you went out there and could see for you. Did you go at nighttime where it's real dark? Need your flashlight from your phone?
I didn't go at that
Oh,
time.
okay, it's very dark.
But I mean, listen, I mean, if we do get this money, there's still room to kind of tweak the project and hear out what else the community has to say
Just
about it.
keep me
So,
abreast of it. Shoot me an email. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
100%.
Did you send those maps to the full council?
I didn't.
Okay, will you
I
do
can
that,
work with
please?
the-
I certainly would like to have a copy.
Okay, I can work with
And
Ms. Munch to do
whatever
that.
other correspondence that you have with the economic development. So while there are 3 people on the committees, you know, all of us, all 7 of us have to have the ability to know what's going on. And then when we have these things here, like resolutions, we need to have those visuals to help us to vote on that.
Okay.
I have a question for you, because when we were discussing the community development block grant funds, the Miller and Elmwood, whatnot, was in there for did the block grant funds, we ran out of that, so we had to get more funds, or why? What happened with the block grant funds that we suggested go into that?
I'm going to defer to Janice for that. I know
Okay.
that there was some updates on what we can and
Okay,
can't do with
thank
that,
you.
so that's a Janice question.
Mayor?
Yes, well, can Dennis answer that first? Thanks, and then we jump over to you. Thank you.
This was a separate project from our CDBG program. If you recall, in December, we had the public hearing, which included the proposal for Maple Avenue for $450,000. That included streetscape improvements and lights on Maple Avenue. When we got the allocation from the county, that was cut to $200,000. So we had to reduce the scale of that. And essentially, right now, we only have funds to do the streetscape improvements for Maple Avenue. There will be no lighting on that. There had been a request from you, the mayor, and Councilor Toller, that we move the lighting from the Maple Avenue CDBG project to Miller and Elmwood. But there was not enough money to do that.
Okay.
So that's why when this grant opportunity came up for transit, it's a Transit Village grant, and Miller and Elmwood happened to fall into our Transit Village,
Yeah.
and lighting is an approved improvement through that grant program. We decided to use that grant opportunity to fulfill the desired objective of improving the lighting on those 2 streets.
Great, that's excellent, thank you, because I just wanted to figure out, you know, what happened with the
Yeah.
grant money. So
Yeah, that I
thank
did
you.
too. I was
appreciate
unaware
that.
until now, so thank you for that
Yep.
information.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Manager, please.
Item number 14 is a resolution authorizing the purchase of 4 Rocket A500 composters from North American Trading House LLC under bid number 25-14, funded by U.S. Department of Agriculture CFWR grant. This is a $118,800 purchase.
Deputy?
So just to clarify, for anyone who's interested in this, these composters would be able to be used by, well, the locations, the proposed locations are Watchung School, Bullock School, Montclair Community Farms, and the Northeast Earth Coalition location, which, is that the one on Pine Street? Okay. And the latter two would be available to be used by the public.
So,
Yes, Councilor Lockman?
so you just said about 5 locations? 4. And it costs $118,000 for composters for 4 locations? What are these things? Yeah, like what are they?
Dr. Johnson?
Yeah.
They're industrial in-vessel composters, so they can take everything from meat, bones, dairy. They're pretty hefty.
Yeah.
50 gallons a week of food waste.
Size of a container or something?
It's about 400 pounds. It's 8 by 2.5 by 4.5. So
Just say it's the size of a person.
yeah,
The size of a refrigerator or something, is that what
a
you're
little
saying?
bigger than a refrigerator.
Right.
Okay.
And it looks
Wow.
like a rocket. Yeah.
Nice.
And they're completely, I mean, compost attracts rats.
In
So they-
vessel, so there's nothing outside of the container,
Nothing
and
else.
it's all inside.
And how do you put stuff in it?
There's a latch. You open it up, and you put your food waste, and then you also put wood chips in, and then in a couple days, it turns into compost.
It sounds awful expensive, I think.
That's, yeah, for in-vessel industrial composters, that's the going rate. And luckily, we got a grant to cover the cost of it,
But not the full cost.
the full cost.
I thought it said
So,
reducing the final cost to the township to
yes.
$118,000.
So tariffs. So when I submitted the grant, there were no tariffs, and
Yeah.
then there were tariffs.
Yeah.
And then they worked a deal with us so that we're not paying the tariffs.
Wow, look at you.
I'm sorry, sorry. What is the total cost of 5 composters?
It's 4 composters.
4. yeah.
118,000 and change.
Yeah. And
So it's about $30,000, just under, it's like 29,000 a composter.
Wow.
But Dr. Johnson, you're saying the cost to the township is $0?
$0.
$0?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And these last at least 20 years, so they're a good investment.
Yeah, and the fact that you can compost all that
Anything.
food is
Yeah.
And
impressive.
where does when the compost is done and it's black dirt, then who can take it and what happens with it?
Anybody.
Oh, it's free to the public to come and take the compost?
They could take it, whoever signs up to do it, they could sell it. If the schools want to do like little entrepreneurship businesses with the students, it's
Okay,
up to them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yeah, I do have a question about the school, and this is fantastic, I love this. But it doesn't come close to getting all of the food waste, because it says, I Googled, and that model is like 1,000 liters a week or something like that. But the schools probably create way more than that, right?
No. Well, it's
No?
only, one's at Bullock, one's at Watchung. So it's not all the schools, it's just the ones. If other schools want to
No, but I'm saying one school. I'm just curious, like, will this mean all the food waste from there?
Yeah, it can handle it.
Cool.
Yeah,
Councilor Lockman?
And how long does it take to cook, so to speak?
couple days.
Just a couple of days?
Yeah.
Okay.
It
thank
comes
you.
out,
Yeah.
and then you let it sit, you let it dry, and then it's usable.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank
We can see you've been pursuing a lot of grants, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Manager?
Item number 15 is a resolution authorizing an amendment and renewal of the fair and open contract to Fire and Safety Services for repair and maintenance of Township Fire Apparatus bid number 23-15.
I might have read this quickly, but is this saying that we're going to spend approximately $150,000 a year on repairing I'm going to call it a fire truck? I know it says apparatus, but is that?
That's my understanding. Oh,
Good evening.
Okay, so what we have is we have an existing 2-year contract with Fire and Safety Services, and it runs from September to September. The renewal is coming up, and right now we have invoices for $150,000. That's for fire truck maintenance in the whole department.
All of
All
the
of them, right, so.
In the whole town?
No, just the department, the fire truck, all the maintenance on our fire vehicles. So the $70,000 number, we're asking to increase it to make it 150, not to exceed. We're not asking for more money, we're just asking for that contract to say not to exceed 150. We anticipate the next year's maintenance budget also being about $150,000. A lot of this is due to the apparatus is getting older. Price of parts and labors has gone up over the past few years. We do annual pump test repairs and ladder test repairs from UL and all that, and they send like oils out and stuff like that. So it's just tires, engine. We have a new transmission in one of the fire trucks, and just regular typical maintenance.
Roughly how many vehicles are we talking?
We have 6 fire apparatus, and I don't believe this covers some of the cars too, the chief's cars and all that stuff.
Okay, thank you.
You said this is for 2 years.
This is every year. It's 2-year first contract, and then after that, it's 1-year renewal every year. So now we are on we started in 2023. So 2025, we have to renew it in September. So we're asking for the do not exceed to go from 70,000 to 150,000, so we can pay the invoices as it goes.
I understand.
So can I just clarify then, our certification of funds are for $80,000 each, but you're saying that for each year, they need to be, you need
We want to go to
150,000?
150 to do not exceed.
Okay.
Because we spent that this past year, and we plan on that about the same next year for all the maintenance every year that our vehicles need.
Okay.
So what you're really asking or doing is trying to be proactive for next year. So
Correct, so we don't have to run into
keep
problems.
saying not to exceed, so.
Not to exceed, so we don't have to go back and ask for special permission and write all
I
that stuff.
understand. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Actually, so there's 3 pieces to the certification of funds, because this was a lengthy conversation with the fire department. And the reason there are 3 pieces is because it is not a calendar year contract. The contractor was awarded in September, so it goes September to August. Started in 23, it was 2 years, so you have 23, 24, 24, 25. The 24, 25, there are existing invoices that need to be paid, and that contract needs to get the department through September. Okay. So there is a certification of funds for that piece of it. That goes back to some 2024 money, what is left for some of those pending invoices, and then 2025. The renewal will go from September 25 to August, September of 2026. Crosses budget years, and this is an operating expense. So there is 2 pieces to that 150,000. There is September through December of 25, and January through August, September of 26. That's how you end up with 3 numbers. The original certification of funds for 2024 existed, and 2025, so there is an amendment to that, rest of 25, and so that's the 80 and the 70 will add up to the 150 for the renewal. And that's the length of a very long conversation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilor Lockman?
So we said there were 6 fire trucks that we're talking about here?
Yes.
I mean, this is the first time seeing this. It seems like a lot of money to maintain 6 trucks that don't do a lot of, and don't do a lot of like zooming around town fighting fires, because we don't have very many fires, if any.
Right.
So what's, I
Well,
don't get it.
consider-
So how much wear and tear can there be on fire
Well,
trucks?
consider an oil change is probably close to $1,000 as opposed to $100. Tires are $500 to $600 a piece when they have to be replaced. It's just expensive equipment. Pumps, if we come to work and the pump doesn't work for some reason, we have to call them in to come and take a look at it. We can't afford not to put that out of service for a week or 2 while we wait. So it's just typical maintenance. Testing, UL testing, aerial ladders have to be tested, ropes have to be tested, pumps have to be tested every year to pass all that stuff, so it's
Okay.
And once again, engine one is, should be replaced, so we spent a lot of money on the transmission and that. So it's just stuff like everything, as everything gets older, you know, you buy a new car, you're leasing it, you have no problems first 3 years. You know, 5 years down the line, you're spending more money trying to maintain it, so it's the same kind of thing.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Anyone else? Manager Marks, please.
Thank you.
So item number 16 is a resolution regarding the governing body's certification of the annual audit for the year ended December 31, 2024. So we met with the auditor on June 24th, 2025. The Cliff Note version from the auditor is that the township is in really good financial shape, being run well financially due to the efforts of Majarao and Nada Akmo. Number two, all comments from last year were corrected. And number three, there is no corrective action plan, which is significant. I could go into additional detail if anybody wants.
I don't have, not detail, but I'm just wondering, they're not going to present to the full council? I know they did it last year, so is that not an option this year?
The auditor was not available for this evening. He can come back to the next meeting if you so desire.
I was just wondering why.
He had another engagement, so he sent his apologies.
I'm good. Can anybody?
I just have one question for people at home, if they were going to look at it, is that the big ominous note at the beginning, which qualifies the whole audit, is a totally pro forma thing because New Jersey is not GAAP. Is that correct?
Correct. That's boilerplate language that they...
It's so weird. So there's like general accepted accounting practices, which most bodies will use, and so every New Jersey municipality has that?
Well, it's the standard that Suppley Clooney and Company uses. I've been involved with other audits, and the language that the other auditors that I've worked with is very similar.
So I will preface this with saying that I actually come from a private sector audit and consulting background, and the first time I heard about municipal finance, it said, what do you mean you don't use GAAP accounting? New Jersey, all New Jersey municipalities in the state uses what they call the Other Comprehensive Basis of Accounting, affectionately known as OCBOA. And it was designed and intended to be even more conservative than GAAP accounting. So from a financial perspective, money's coming in. The township or municipality is allowed to acknowledge money coming in when cash actually gets here. On the other hand, all of these resolutions you pass, the certifications of funds, money's going out, have to be acknowledged when the intention is determined that it is going to be spent. So it is designed to be a more conservative approach to accounting. So this disclaimer, because audits are according to GAAP principles and we will never follow GAAP principles by statute. The salient points of an audit really are under, if you look at in the audit report, responsibilities of management. And it is, and I'm just going to read it. So it says, management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the regulatory financial statements in accordance with the regulatory basis of accounting prescribed by the division. And that is the Division of Local Government Services, which governs all things municipal. And for the design, implementation, and maintenance of internal control relevant to the presentation and fair presentation of regulatory financial statements that are free from material misstatement. So it is the controls, these conversations you all have about where to spend funds, whether or not a resolution has a certification of funds included, if we had a not to exceed amount. These are the controls that lead to these audits. What the auditors do, and they state it in their own words, our objectives are to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the regulatory financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our opinion. And their report for this year. So you have the entire financial statements. If you're a financial person, the first thing you do in an audit is you turn to the very back and you open the last page and say, what did they tell us we need to do better? 2024 audit, not one single thing, not one single finding. Always recommendations, because when we know better, we do better. There's always improvements can that be made, but not one single audit finding. And that's phenomenal. Very few towns ever achieve that. Very few organizations ever achieve that. I'm a little bit passionate about audits.
All right.
Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nana.
Yeah. Manager.
So item number 17 is a resolution requesting approval of items of Revenue and Appropriations 2025 Clean Communities Grant. This is a Chapter 159, which is essentially an amendment to the now adopted budget. It's a Clean Communities Grant for $92,448. So the Chapter 159 creates, you're adding it to the budget that has since been adopted, and you're creating spending authority for that grant.
Is this for a specific department?
Clean Communities, Clean Communities, does that fall under DCS or Department of Health, or it's probably multiple departments?
So the Clean Communities Grant, every grant has stipulations of what it can be used for. And yes, DCS, sustainability, depending on what the priorities are in any given year, and especially considering we do our refuse and recycling in-house. Big part of what Clean Communities is all about.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next item is a resolution requesting approval of items of Revenue and Appropriation, Garden State Municipal Joint Insurance Fund, No Accidents Today campaign. Similarly, this is a Chapter 159 resolution adding $5,000 to the existing contract. So the Garden State JIF, which is the township's insurance provider, provides grants basically to train employees and to promote safety, risk management, and safety. Next item is 19, resolution requesting approval of items of Revenue and Appropriation, National Opioid Settlement Grant 2025. Again, this is a Chapter 159 to add $156,497 to the municipal budget.
Good.
Item 20 is a resolution requesting approval of items of Revenue and Appropriation, Sustainable Jersey PSC&G Partnership Grant 2025. Again, this is a Chapter 159, adding $25,000 to the municipal budget. I believe this was approved earlier in the agenda. There was the $25,000 that you voted on earlier in the agenda.
Yep.
Item 21 is a resolution requesting approval of items of Revenue and Appropriation, the 2025 mill grant. Again, this is a Chapter 159 for $30,000. Item 22 is a resolution requesting approval of items of Revenue and Appropriation, Alcohol Education Rehab Enforcement Fund. Again, this is a Chapter 159 for $1,547 for Alcohol Education Rehabilitation Grant.
Good.
Item 23 is a resolution extending the time frame for the execution of a redevelopment plan agreement.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
There was some issues with Granicus in our department, so I don't think the council has before it the corrected one that I had recently revised. The now therefore language should read as follows. Number 1, a redevelopment agreement is executed by all parties in a form acceptable to the township attorney and township council on or before September 30th, 2025. Number 2, a complete application for preliminary and final site plan approval be submitted to the planning board after the execution of the redevelopment agreement. I've already sent the corrected one to the clerk. I'll confer with her tomorrow on that, but I just wanted that to be clear and revised.
I just have a question. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Tola.
So this is the new one that you're referring to that was handed out to us today. but it still doesn't reference Resolution R-25-119. I'm just trying to, yeah, that was extended, R-25-119 extended the date to March 1st, 2026, but this resolution, the new one that you presented in front of us, it doesn't mention R-25-119, and it changes the extended date to 9/30.
It is referenced in the corrected one. Like I said, that's why you don't have before you the appropriate one that was revised by me and I think sent Monday. We've had issues with Granicus in the department, so I apologize. You don't have the appropriate one. Essentially, it extends exactly what Councilor
Yeah, because the
Toller
first
has
one is,
indicated.
yeah,
Correct.
saying 120
Correct.
days, 6 months before the RDA has to be executed. So basically, you'll provide us with a new one. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Birmingham?
Thank you, Mayor. Can I just check really quickly? Do we need to, the term a redevelopment agreement would include the financial agreement? But do we need to separately spell that out? The term a redevelopment agreement includes the financial agreement for the project? Or do we need to spell that out separately?
All we were doing, I believe, was request to extend the agreement, the redevelopment agreement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else? Manager, please.
Item 24 is a resolution authorizing electronic tax lien sale. Item 25 is a resolution authorizing the award of a non-fair and open contract to upgrade the current credit card equipment and functionality at the parking decks for Montclair Parking Utility. This is a $44,867 contract. Approximately $19,997 is for Bay Street Garage, and $24,870 is for the Crescent Garage.
Good. Councilor Lockman?
So is there still the ability to, this is just for the garages. There's no ability to use coinage then?
I'm sorry?
There's no ability to use coinage. I was just wondering if this was the meeting.
This is for the, this
It's
is for
just
the credit
garage.
card
Okay,
machines.
Never mind, yeah.
And
Well, I did see that there was a coin thing on there. I did see when I was
Something
looking through there that there was something for coins as well, but hopefully just use your phone. No?
I like quarters. Just
Councilor
one-
Lockman?
What about the Midtown deck? This is just.
Fortunately, Manny's here.
Huh? Oh.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The Midtown deck already has the capability of doing,
So it's-
accepting Apple Pay and Google Pay, so we don't have to do
don't
any
have to do
modifications.
it.
What we're finding is that a lot of people who are coming to the decks are coming with no cash and just have their phone.
Yeah.
So that's exactly why.
I don't want to prolong this,
Councilor Williams?
but is there any ability to pay with like your Easy Pass?
It's a very costly upgrade to put the Easy Pass.
We don't need it.
Yeah,
We don't need it.
We don't need
That's a
that.
good question, though, yeah.
And I just have one question.
Yes,
because-
Councilor Toller?
Yeah, sure. On the backup documentation that you submitted to us, it's just a minor thing, but the amounts that you have listed in the resolution wording, where it says 19,997, it should really say 19,996.43. And then you have 24,870, it should really say 24,868.70, because that's what your backup shows. Did you just round up on purpose, or accidentally, or a typo, or?
It was rounded up due to Councilor
I know.
Lockman keeps saying, why do we have these pennies in
Yeah.
single dollars there all the
My fault.
time?
I have fault. Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So I did that.
Right.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Manager?
Resolution 26, or item 26, is a resolution accepting maintenance responsibility for installation, maintenance, and liability for rectangular rapid flashing beacon at Elm Street and Hawthorne Place intersection and Grove Street and Beverly Road intersection.
Mayor,
Yes, Deputy Mayor?
I think I did want to ask about this. Is this something that we can pass today? So that we can get working rapid, if we can, so we can get these flashing beacons?
I don't see why not. I believe there was a memo from the municipal engineer that was attached to this, so this is an agreement with the county.
Can we do it without a certification of fund sheet? Is it okay legally to
These
do
are-
that? I'm just asking.
Well, I don't think there's any funds.
There's no funds here.
No funds?
These are provided by the county, right? And
Is the county providing this?
I believe
Yes,
it's
Essex County.
I'll defer to Austin.
it's just that, yeah, so this is at the intersection of Grove Street and Beverly Road and Elm Street and Grove.
Good evening.
I would be in
Yeah, this is
favor.
just asking permission from the county to place
To
our
put it-
infrastructure on their
absolutely.
property. So
Absolutely.
the funds are not being allocated now. We have the RRFBs
Oh,
to put up.
okay.
There is one question that many of us have are any of these resolutions going to be acted on for this meeting, or is there going to be held over for the August?
This is the only July meeting, right? There's no, this,
Yeah.
Yes, and we just have that, and then August.
Okay, so we're just curious if will these same resolutions be on for
Watch
August
this,
agenda.
watch this. Go ahead,
So-
Deputy.
I mean, I would like to make a motion to move this forward.
And I'd like to...
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I withdraw
Go ahead,
my second.
Counselor
Go ahead,
Williams,
Mayor.
you got it. Any discussion?
Nope, I think this is great.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Counselor Lockman?
Were there any other resolutions that you...
Like this that we
that you
can-
want acted upon today?
well,
All
this
of
is.
them. We like them all.
This is a regular meeting.
Yeah, so
A regular meeting.
I don't have a problem
I don't
with
have
that.
a problem with it
Do you have
either.
any, does anybody have a
It
problem with
should be a
approving?
consent agenda that's a,
No.
Right, can we, you don't want to approve all of them?
Mayor, I would recommend at the end that we could create a consent agenda since this is a regular meeting.
Great idea, Manager Marks. Is that okay with you, Deputy?
Yes,
Okay.
then, yes,
All
I
right.
withdraw my earlier motion.
Manager Marks?
So item 27 is a resolution authorizing the award of a non-fair and open proprietary contract to purchase 15 Flowbird pay stations from Montclair Parking Utility. It's approximately $153,790 plus the $15,000 per year maintenance contract for 3 years.
Deputy Mayor?
Mayor, my question was, where exactly are these going to be? These Flowbird pay stations? Hello.
Hello again. Right now, 4 of them are actually going to be going for the new project at Watchung Plaza. The remaining ones are going to be installed, what we're thinking about doing them is actually start doing them on Bloomfield Avenue, parts of Bloomfield Avenue, and do a pilot program there to see what kind of feedback we get, what kind of pushback we get from the residents, and actually it'll be a lot easier for us to control the meter feeding and the people that are staying for 6 hours at a time at the meters because they're paying with Park Mobile, then they're feeding the meter and they're paying with Park Mobile. So that'll help us a lot because now that the LPR vehicles are linked to the pay stations, they'll actually be able to just drive right down the street and chalk all the cars, come back 2 hours later if it's a 2-hour meter, and be able to move people along. That's our thoughts.
Counselor Lockman, and then Counselor Toller?
You know, we always get the advice that our decks are not full because people they want to park on the street. And one way to try to make the decks more full is to raise the rates of on-street parking. Is there any thought to doing that?
Absolutely. We're doing a study on that right now.
You're doing a study on it?
Yes, we are doing a study on that right now.
Okay.
I've been actually working with the Police Streets Director about it as well.
Okay.
We spoke about this already. It's something that we really want to implement, especially when there's, like tonight, for example, there was a concert and the decks were actually full, believe it or
Well,
not.
it's once in a while, but
Yes, they
usually
do
not.
happen,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
most of the times we have people that are double parking and
Yep.
causing all kinds of traffic.
Right.
It's a
Right.
traffic nightmare, and we want to resolve that. So yes, that's something we're working on.
Okay, just another question. It says here that you're looking at 4G Are these not 5G?
They're
No.
not. Communications is all 4G right now
Okay.
for all these devices. In addition to that, on this resolution is also upgrading all the existing, and these new pay stations are all going to be able to accept Apple Pay and Google Pay as well.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Just have a
Pretty good.
question. on
Yes,
the-
Counselor Toller.
Sure, and this is for 3 years, correct? Is this we're talking about item number 27?
Yes.
Because it seems like the math is off. If it's 3 years at 15,000, that's $45,000.
the purchasing agent asked me to put down for 1 year. This is the 1 year, the 15,000, and then
Okay.
we will enter into a contract with them afterwards, because it's been our experience that the fees have changed, so we didn't want to put it into 3 years, and they won't lock it in at $15,000 for 3 years.
Okay, and then you have 153,790, plus the 1 year 15,000 is 168,790, but you rounded up to 170. That's a big roundup.
Per Mr. De Niro's. That was
Yeah, we
Mr.
got to
De
stop
Niro.
rounding up. That's just wasting money.
We're not going to spend the 170.
No, I understand, but if it's written this way, you can spend it.
True, but we're not going
Yeah.
to spend it. So,
Okay.
I promise you, we won't.
You're on record.
Counselor Birmingham?
Can you explain two things? One is, you are basically, the goal is to be retiring meters, right? The single meters, because,
We will still be using single head meters where it's not cost sufficient to put a pay station in. Pay station usually covers a minimum of 10 spaces.
okay. And then my second question, because I think people get confused, as you remove the single meters, the Park Mobile, when there's a Park Mobile sticker on that meter, it doesn't necessarily make it to the Flowbird kiosk somehow. And so people get confused about, do I need, can I use Park Mobile? Am I able to use, or do I have to use Flowbird? And I'm wondering, are you allowed, I guess if we're owning them, we can put Park Mobile stickers on these kiosks as well?
Absolutely. Council, we just received, last week, we just received an order of all brand-new Park Mobile signs, which
Okay.
we were going to start putting up throughout the town.
Okay, great.
And also, in addition to that, I spoke with Flowbird now, because Flowbird and Park Mobile have merged.
Okay.
We are actually thinking about putting up some signs that will allow you, any place where there's pay stations, and maybe even possibly throughout the whole town, to be able to use either the Flowbird app or the Park Mobile app. Because there's a lot of people that work in New York City that have the Flowbird app on their phones. We shouldn't force them to download the Park
Right,
Mobile app.
like people
So-
don't like that one.
Correct.
Okay,
So,
okay.
though, this way, it's up to your taste. If you want to use Flowbird, use Flowbird. If you want to use Park Mobile, use Park Mobile.
Okay, great,
Question.
thank you.
Just, do you know why there's a different rate for the Midtown deck fees? Where people pay for the Midtown deck, the rate is different than the other?
The rate for the you mean for the machine at the?
Right, the fee that people pay.
It's the same as it is if you go in through the gate. It's
Okay.
$2 an hour, the same thing. Originally, Counselor, the gates were actually supposed to be at that very bottom entrance.
Mm-hmm.
The reason we removed those gates is because trucks need access to the back behind Midtown Deck, and we had to move the gates up top. So we decided we put the pay station there for people to pay with to pay the same rate as if you were paying upstairs, except you're paying at the pay station, instead of paying at the gate and getting a ticket.
Thanks.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So item number 28 is a resolution appointing members to the Complete Streets Oversight Board.
Yep, question.
Counselor Toller?
Thank you. I see the recommendations for the names, that's great. Is Laura still here? Because I know that, is there going to be some conversation down the road about adding additional people to this from different boards as we originally, or that I requested, and I was told via email, and I think here at a meeting a while back, that once this was put in place, then conversations would start happening to reach out to other individuals in other wards, because every ward has a different problem. So I'm just trying to see how this resolution with these appointments here, everyone can address those ward issues.
Thank you.
If they don't
Director
live in the
Torchia?
ward.
100%. How this happens, we're still working out, but I was rereading the ordinance, and the ordinance calls for a Complete Streets Oversight Board. and stakeholders and community outreach. So I was trying to think about how can we include representatives from all the wards, even if we don't have a very large Complete Streets Oversight Board. And I think we'll do that through the stakeholder list and through the community outreach. So it's still being developed, and I would like to do that with you.
Thank you. I'd love to do that with you as well.
Yeah. And I agree.
Good.
Yeah, the
you.
ordinance wasn't quite, in my opinion, worded correctly to include stakeholders from various wards. So now that you've set this on record, we can chat.
It's in the
figure it out.
ordinance.
No, I know what the,
Yeah.
no, what I'm saying
Yeah.
is, in my opinion,
Yeah.
okay, the ordinance did not, it wasn't a one-size-fit-most. It was just a little lopsided, in my opinion. So, again, every ward has a different issue with traffic, pedestrian safety. You've seen from my emails at the 4th Ward, we're getting an increase in pedestrian safety and accidents. And I'm excited that we can sit down and get some stakeholders, and we have some residents in the 4th Ward that are really ready to work.
Good.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Manager Marks? Thank you.
So
very much.
item number 29 is a resolution appointing members to the Rent Control Board.
Yes. It's my understanding.
Counselor
that-
Toller?
I'm sorry, thank you. There are 3 seats available, alternate seats, and there's one person's name here recommended for alternate. I know that one of our rent control chairpersons or vice chairs was here today, and I would like to recommend the person that she would like to have appointed to this control board as one of these alternate seats.
Can I ask Mr. Scantlebury, please, if you can just weigh in on this a little bit, and in terms of your vision of how you were going to get the board?
Well, Ms. Ferriano here is she's here to be an alternate, okay? And we have 2 open, which is a regular member for tenant and 1 landlord, because we have one.
And
So,
one what?
landlord,
Okay.
landlord member. So those are the 2 positions that we have open. 1 landlord, 1 regular member tenant, and hopefully we'll fill this tonight if we can.
Yeah, I'm just referring to Ms. Tony Martin when she spoke earlier.
Yeah.
She did share a name and stated that the person did put in an application, and this is someone that the Rent Control Board would like to see as a member, and I believe this person fits the criteria of one or the other, whether it's the landlord or the tenant. Not to exclude the name that's here on this paper, but if we can appoint 2 tonight, that would be my request, only because Ms. Martin asked.
Counselor
It's a me
Lockman?
thing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'm uncomfortable talking about this in the public. I'd rather talk about it in executive session because it involves talking about people. So if we could just put this on for later when we have executive session, I prefer that.
Manager Marks?
So item number 30 is a resolution requesting approval of items of revenue and appropriation pursuant to NJSA 40A:4-87, Clary Anderson Arena Utility Budget. So this is similar to the previous Chapter 159 resolutions. This would be an amendment to the recently approved budget. It's a very conservative estimate of establishing the Clary Anderson, if created, actually was created, so as actually establishing the Clary Anderson utility budget of approximately $460,444 of revenue and $460,444 of appropriations.
Yes.
Item 31 is a resolution authorizing purchase contract with Provco Inc. for a roof replacement of Montclair Department of Community Services Administration Building and Garage Building through the New Jersey Cooperative Purchasing Alliance, CK04 Purchasing System, number 11-BECCP Resolution number 1471-24. So this was a contract for $474,400.
Do we know if that's going to be enough to remediate that work there at DCS?
Well, this is for the roof. This isn't
Just for the roof?
This is for the roof.
And there was some remediation work that was
There is
supposed to happen
remediation
behind
work
there.
going on.
Okay.
Councilor Lockman?
So I'm usually the fiscal hawk here, but I'm wondering why we're doing the least amount of work. You know, we're taking the bid that does, you know, the base bid rather than alternative 1 or 2, which involve more work.
I would defer to
Yeah.
Director Rost on that.
I mean, if you're going to do this and it's, you know, that much difference in price, why not do the, you know, the best job possible rather than the minimal job? That's how I'm looking at it, but please explain.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, so this, we're focusing on the failing or failed roofs
Yeah.
first. The third roof, the largest roof, is in acceptable condition
Right.
for the time being, but we are looking to replace that. It has a coating on the top of that roof that is ultimately failing. What it's covering is what's failing.
The membrane or
The
whatever.
membrane,
it is.
yeah. So we felt that this was the most fiscally
Yeah.
appropriate way to do this.
On the one hand. On the other hand, you got the roofers out there, you got the job that needs to be done. We're not going to be tearing this building down anytime soon.
No.
Why not do the best job possible, even though it's a little bit, well, it is more expensive, but
Yeah.
it strikes me that, I mean, that's how I would approach it if it were my house. Is there?
Well, we're also looking for a complete replacement for the
What?
largest roof.
You're looking-
So one of the options here was to basically giving us another 10 years on the large roof. We don't want to go that route. If we're going to be doing the work on that roof, we want to make sure that we have, as you said, we're not going to be leaving that facility. So we want a 40-year roof.
Yeah.
And we think that it's best to wait for next year to do that.
Okay, just what it is.
And can you,
Yes.
thank you, Mayor. Can you describe also the garage? You may recall in the fall, there was a discussion here about pigeons and netting. That never happened, right?
Correct.
And so this new roof, when you assemble it, you will be, there will be some consideration to prevent pigeons built into this, or how?
Yeah, that's correct. What happened with the bird netting was the price had increased by the time that we actually got the resolution and pulled the trigger. So our vendor had backed out. The second phase of this, including the removal and replacement of the larger roof, will also focus on other structural issues. Some of the facade work, if you read through the architect's report, those issues will be addressed, as well as the securing of the facilities, for lack of a better term.
Okay, great, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Manager?
So item number 32 is a resolution appointing Phoenix Advisors to the position of temporary chief financial officer and director of the Department of Finance. This is a $15,000 per month contract, not to exceed $75,000 through the end of the year.
I just have a question.
We're going to pass quite a few. Any discussion on that
I
one?
just have a
Councilor
question.
Toller? Yes?
Mr. Marks, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, this was a recommendation, this firm is something that you recommended?
It is.
Okay. And do we know what kind of kinks we could run into using a firm, meaning getting answers, getting funds certified, things of that nature, payroll?
So the comptroller and I had today, was it today? Yesterday? Monday, yesterday, had a conference call. Joe Monzo is one of the principals of Phoenix Advisors. Joe Monzo is a semi-retired chief financial officer with 40 years of experience. He's a recognized expert in municipal finance in the state of New Jersey. He actually teaches the classes to aspiring chief financial officers who are going for their licenses as municipal chief financial officers. So he's well respected in the state of New Jersey. He will be the lead on this. He will be, it's his license that will be used, even though it names the firm, he will be the lead. So he will be available full-time for this position. He has an associate Lori Finger, who is retired certified chief financial officer, I believe from Howell Township. She will be up here 2 days per week. 2 days or 3 days on site? 2 days per week on site. But they will have access to MSI, which is the town's financial software, Prime Point, which is used for time and attendance and payroll purposes, Edmunds for tax collection. They will have full access to our financial suite, so to speak, and they will be certifying funds and working with the NADA and the staff in the finance department. So for all intents and purposes, they will be full-time CFOs.
Full-time and here 1 to 2 days a week.
On site.
On site. And would that mean that you'd have to change your, I'm going to say due dates for your department heads? Because if people aren't here every day to turn requisitions into purchase orders and other questions that need to be answered, do you see yourself changing any due dates for your staff?
I don't see changing anything.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we have to apply to New Jersey Division of Local Government Services for this. In your packets was a letter from the state of New Jersey approving our hiring of Phoenix advisors. So they are, they're duly authorized by the state of New Jersey. And this, the contract could not, even though this financially it's through the end of the year, we're encumbering funds through the end of the year. They can't be on board. They can't be in the position for more than 1 year.
Okay.
So it doesn't alleviate us from the responsibility of searching for a
No, I
permanent
wasn't
replacement.
concerned about the validity of the firm. I was more concerned with work being snagged or stalled because we don't have someone in-house. But if you're comfortable in saying that you don't need to change any deadlines or anything of that nature, just making sure the work will continue to flow in the manner in which it's flowing now.
They will be working full-time for the Township of Montclair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So as of now, you were the interim CFO or acting CFO?
I do want to thank Nada Akmal for I've been working very closely with her for the last since I've been here, but especially for the last 3 weeks. So I appreciate all the, I was in name only, but Nada was actually doing everything behind the scenes. So I truly appreciate that.
Yeah, and we appreciate you stepping up there and doing this. Thank you.
Yeah, very much. Okay, so, manager, the last one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, two more. You
So
have
item
your list?
33 is a resolution establishing ice skating policy for Montclair, Clary, Anderson Arena.
Council, okay, I'm sorry.
We have some holes in it that I thought we were going to get fixed.
There's some highlighted matter that is
Yeah.
essentially to be determined or fill in the blank.
Can we pass a resolution?
These,
So this can wait, right? This one can wait.
More than that. There's more than just those highlighted. I'm sorry.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to, Councilor D'Amato, and then after Councilor D'Amato, was it from Councilor Lockman?
Well, I'm referring just to some TBAs, to, holes in this that are the hours, standard hours of operation, which are not really important. And then the dates for applications to be received, reviewed, and approved for seasonal ice time contracts.
Yeah.
And we could leave that out now. It's not really all that important.
I have suggestions for that if you wanted. May I?
Wasn't that up for
Yes.
discussion? I believe those points were up for discussion
Well-
with the council to discuss the highlighted portions. That
Oh,
was
fine.
blank because nothing was ever
Well-
memorialized, right?
Yeah, if I may.
Yes, Councilor Lockman.
Looking at the seasonal contract number 6 and, standard hours of operation number 3, we could just say to be determined by CFS or SFC. I mean, they're the manager, let them determine the
Yeah,
stuff.
I thought that they in conjunction with Ms. Camerata and the manager would have come up with dates. I mean, we could almost just excise them for now.
As I said, I think we could just say to be determined by SFC, end of
Yeah.
story. But the more key issue is that on page, the first page with the whereases, the whereases 2 and 3 need to be deleted because they're wrong. They pertain to the other resolution that we had that determined what the
Oh, yeah,
rates would be.
So the fair and appropriate?
Yeah, they should both be
Okay.
deleted.
Can I
Yes.
make a suggestion?
Counselor
Like,
Williams.
Any of these resolutions that are going to need like some violence done to them, maybe we push them off for another time, and just the ones that are ready to go, then we add those to the consent agenda.
Actually, it is kind of important to
Yeah.
address now because the sports facilities companies is taking reservations for, the season beginning. I mean, now is the time to book ice for the fall, so it is kind of important. It is timely.
Yeah, and there's not much, it's just those 3 items, 4 items, really.
Did you take out the third one on yours,
What?
too? You took the third one out on yours?
Yeah.
The third whereas, what is that?
No, that's just,
Okay.
okay, so if you just want to go through, John, the whereases, I don't know if you'll be the one, so the second whereas and the third whereas. And then the fourth whereas you need to take out also in the first line.
Okay.
And since we're doing this right, there's a comma and number 1 after resident, the second line.
Whereas 2, whereas 3, whereas 4, all stricken?
No. Whereas 2, whereas 3 are stricken, whereas 4, it should be the Township Council has determined. There's no also.
Okay.
And then, yep, under A1, there should be a comma after residence. Under C, the first paragraph, the the fourth sentence after growth, there's no comma. And then number 3, I believe, I can't see. Yeah, there's no comma there. And then,
Writing style you subscribe to, but sure.
hey, that's what I do. Okay, then on page 4, number 3, delete the standard hours and just put to be determined by SFC, Sports Facilities Company. And the same thing on the number 6 on page 5, seasonal contracts. Get rid of A, B, C, D, and just say to be determined by SFC. Yep. Monica? Sure.
C.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we were going through the list and saw for ice time, it says an hour is 50 minutes,
Yes.
not 60. So it's typical in renting ice that the ice cut comes after the rental is over. If you're thinking about revisiting and doing some TBDs, I would suggest making sure, because Rita's not here, I would make sure that that is a typical thing in this region, that an hour of ice time is 50 minutes, not 60.
Well, I thought an hour of ice time would be called 60 minutes with 10 minutes of that hour to be used for,
So
whatever
I'm gonna-
Zambonis.
Right, so I'm going
Yeah.
to give you a for instance.
Yeah.
When a team rents ice for an hour's practice,
Yeah.
or a private lesson is around for 60, that is an hour lesson, you pay for 60 minutes,
Yeah.
not 50,
Right,
right?
right.
So I'm just, to keep it uniform, at
Mm-hmm.
MSU currently, they do 50-minute ice blocks, or I'm sorry, that's not true. They do 60-minute ice blocks with the ice cut that comes afterwards. So it's just, it's however you want to adopt it, but I just wanted to be clear that there are 2 ways to do it. MSU typically does it now, 60 minutes is an hour, and then the ice cut. So, and when you're planning games usually take between an hour and 15 and an hour and a half, depending on the age of the player. The older they get, the more penalties they get, and so a game can last pretty long. So you just want to be very clear that if you have an hour and a half time block, you have the amount of time that you need for 3 periods to play. So
Thank you very much. Director Camerata?
Thank you.
Good evening. I've also
evening.
heard the same concerns about the ice slot. So, for instance, if they're paid 1 hour, they should be paying for 60 minutes on ice, not including the 10 minutes of a cut. So if an ice slot is from 5 to 6, then that 10-minute ice cut would happen at 6 o'clock to 6:10, and then the next group would get on technically at 6:15 to 7:15. So
So this is incorrect, the way it's written.
the way that it is, yeah, they're breaking it to 50-minute,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
and charging actually for the ice cut to
Yes.
happen during that 1 hour time frame.
Yep.
I mean, just to be clear, there was no, this was not like an innovation. SFC gave us 3 samples of ice agreements that I, took apart and put back together with help of other people. So we were taking from what they had given us. But I think we can probably just take it out
Yeah,
for now. I
For
mean,
now.
I mean, I think it's a simple
take it
fix
out.
if you just speak with them, and
well,
just
we
say,
want
We
to
wanna
pass this tonight, though.
yeah.
So let's just take it out.
okay. Yeah,
And we can always put it back. We can
speak
put something
with-
back in.
With
I mean,
Rita.
It doesn't really have to be in the ordinance, it can be just a procedural document that will describe.
I
it.
just believe past practice at the
Yeah.
arena has been paying for the time that you were actually on the ice, not including the
Yeah.
ice cut.
But just out of curiosity, if the hour doesn't include the ice cut, does the next hour start at 10 minutes after and then it
It
just
starts when the
rolls?
ice cut is completed. So
so-
usually, 15 minutes is to be safe, but a good
Yeah.
Zamboni operator can, resurface the ice in 10. But, not making it crazy for contracts and getting on the ice. So usually ice time contracts will be on the hour or quarter hour or half hour
Okay.
to make
But-
it easier.
Quite honestly, we are trying to increase revenue here, so if we describe it as a 50-minute hour, then we'll be essentially increasing some revenue here, and it's already, right? I mean, that's what we're trying to do. Is that not fair?
Whoa. And how big are the 2-liter bottles of Coke that we'll be selling?
I mean, Carmel, it's, if you're going to rent, so say you are renting, an hour of ice, so
Yeah.
you're the first one on the day,
Where is
okay?
it?
So that ice is resurfaced already for you. And then we're actually, that person who's using the rental is paying to have it resurfaced for the next person going on, so. All right, but I think if you strike it, so we can move ahead.
Manager Mark?
Were there any other amendments?
I guess we need to just take that section out, as just discussed, so shall we have a look at that, Eric?
Yeah.
Where does it go? Anybody who's can come up with this first? What? Should we take a 5-minute break? Get up?
Okay.
Let's just
Yeah,
find,
we're
if
gonna-
anybody wants to find
well,
a section
Yeah,
to be amended, please jump in.
we are, did you get one? Bill's list? Oh. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll resume. Thank you. Councilor Lockman?
Okay, so we decided to make some amendments to this ordinance based on the conversations that we've had, and I'm going to read the amendments into the record, and then we're going to vote on it, okay? That's the plan.
Great plan.
Okay? So on the first page, the amendment is to delete the second and the third whereas, and then the fourth whereas, take out the word also in the first line. Okay, and in, under A1, second sentence or second line, it should say interest of its residents, comma. Then, page 2, it should say on the, under C, the fourth line, while supporting future growth and operational flexibility, no comma after growth. Then, under page 3, 1A, the second phrase there, delete the phrase if possible. Then under D3 on page 4, delete the two phrases that start standard hours and the arena facility, and delete those and just say to be determined by arena operator. Under page 5, it starts on page 4, number 4, ice hour, but top of page 5, delete the arena will book ice time in the following manner, and delete that and A and B under that. Also,
Should add a sentence there.
just delete it.
Determined.
You want to be determined? Ice.
You have a heading. There needs to be something about the heading.
Well, oh, we'd have to, okay. ISA, okay.
To be determined by arena operator.
Okay, oh, so change that. So those deletions are correct, and then just substitute there,
TBD.
to be determined by arena operator. And also on the page 5, number 6, under seasonal contracts, delete A, B, C, D, and insert to be determined by arena operator.
Okay.
And so that's what I've moved.
No,
Second.
Sorry, that one should probably say. I'm sorry. From January 1st, 2026, get rid of the following will be, and it should just say from January, 26th, the timeline for scheduling seasonal contracts
excuse me.
will be
You're right.
determined by the arena operator, capital A, capital O.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So
You moved it.
I've
and I
moved it.
seconded.
We've had a second, and now we vote.
Madam Clerk, please.
We're voting on the amendment.
We're going to, I'm sorry, please, at this time, we'd like to vote on the amendment.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Does somebody else want to move it? You want to move this? We're going to vote on it?
I guess, so now we move the amended resolution.
Not the consent agenda, you want to do this one separate?
Well, we're doing it. Let's just do it. Let's just
Do this one separate, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Who's the movant?
Carmel.
Second?
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, Manager Marks, at this time, I think it's the will of the body that we vote on many of these by consent agenda.
Well, Mayor?
Yes.
Item 34 is the bills list.
Oh, okay. Do we have any paper copies of the bills list?
Or not
Okay.
paper copies?
Oh, I memorized it anyway, don't you worry.
Today, but we did not get paper copies.
Okay, okay.
I'm happy to pass it along if people want to look at it, but I need it back.
We had technical difficulties with Granicus, the agenda management
Yeah.
software, so my apologies.
So can we wait and do it next meeting, or you have to do it now?
Probably get that now.
Oh,
Thank you.
There's an additional bills list.
I read it online.
I have a copy also.
Thank you. Okay, and so, there any comments or corrections or questions on the bills list?
Yes,
Counselor Toller.
Since you all don't have a copy, this is page, sorry, Madam Clerk, I had to rip yours apart. I apologize. There's no page number. Okay, so it's a payment to the Essex County Treasurer's Office for $63,000.
Can you just, like, try to guess, I mean, you know what I mean, like a counter page, so we can try to see?
What's at the top of the page?
It's at the top of page 3.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just need to know what that's for, because it says QT pilot amounts payable to the county and for $63,000.
Uh-oh.
Then I can pass.
So I believe under the law that any payment in lieu of taxes, the county must receive 5% of the pilot payment, and that is due on a monthly basis now by law. I defer to Nadav.
So pilot agreements, yes, 5% of pilot connections until the deed is certified do go to the county. Historically, they've been paid annually because you wait until the collections for the year are in, your audit is in, financial statements, it's a validated amount, you send a check to the county, it's all done. New legislation just passed which says you must pay it upon collection. And the law was just adopted. Not only must you all pay it on collection, it makes the CFO personally liable for that payment to go to the county. So the entire finance officer community is trying to figure out how to do that, especially how to validate collections. So at the moment, the approach that we have taken is we knew the legislation was coming. So starting in 2025, we paid first quarter, took whatever was collected in first quarter, calculated 5%. Second quarter, we did a true-up, took January through June collections, said this is the 5%, this is what we paid them. In April, here's the amount due. We will do the same. I'm sure at some point the state will come out with guidance for finance officers in terms of what the immediacy of the payment means. But that is what that payment is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I just have 2 more. There's a vendor by the name of A.A. Burns LLC. It's for $142,000 for Bellevue Avenue and Park Street traffic sign, or is that one sign? It's a traffic light. Okay. That was Councilor Williams' question, but I have one
That's a
other.
capital project awarded by resolution. It's a contract.
Signal.
Okay. I'm going to share my copy. I'm going to pass it down, and then we have a public service payment that went out. Do we know where we stand with our public service bills at this point?
Mr. Scantlebury?
The ones that I've received, and I don't have the list, from Ms. Tassi, I've approved through MSI, so we're pretty current. Recently, I received a breakdown by account of the outstanding charges from January to December 31, 2024, and January 1, 25, month-to-date June. I can get that for you, what was submitted to me, but we have been making payments, making sure they go to the proper accounts.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to make sure our payments are being processed. Thank you.
No, they didn't make a motion yet, but we should. Yeah, you could do it.
I have a very small question. What's the books for the minutes for $1,000? It says the minute books.
Yeah, the minutes are held in like heavy-duty binders. You can come in the office and I'll
Okay.
show
Going
you.
back 150 years.
Oh, okay, I get it.
You know, like.
I get it.
from- yeah.
Okay.
Can I move the bills list
Well,
forward?
Can I
Or
just,
do you want to make this part of the whole?
consent agenda? I mean, unless there's any items that would not be on the agenda, I would recommend creating a consent agenda.
Okay, at this time, please, council members, if we have anything that we wish to remove from the consent agenda, would you please let us know which ones you'd like to have removed from the consent agenda?
Mayor, I would remove number 28 from consent agenda.
And I had,
Which number, Council?
28?
28.
mine was
And I think we need to move number 23 until we get the corrected language or document in front of us.
28, 23,
and 29.
and 29. Anyone else?
Well, what corrected that?
Okay, and so with the removal of 28, 29, and 23,
Wait, the redevelopment agreement, that's one of the ones that, I'm sorry, that Councilor Tolan wants to pull. Is that, were the changes that you were speaking about, John, are those material changes that would preclude us from voting on it right now?
I don't believe so, because all we're doing is extending the time for the filing of those documents. So I think we go forward based on the change that we've discussed. With that
So
decision
what
of
number
council.
are we at for the number of days? Because there's one that says 60, one that says 120, and then there's a 90-day, so I'm not certain what number we're using based on this.
So the
And it
extension,
didn't reference the other resolution that I handed you. So I'm
The-
just trying to make sure that we're crossing all of our Ts, dotting our Is.
the extension would be through September 30th of this year for the agreement to be executed or submitted.
Okay.
And then thereafter, the site plan would be submitted, so it addresses both points. And that's really pretty straightforward, quite honestly.
Okay, and it will have the new
Yeah,
language in
it'll
there for the
reference that
other
we
reference
discussed.
resolution in there.
Correct.
Leave it on consent agenda?
As long as it's on record that this is what we're asking for.
So, what was that, 29?
23.
Oh, 23?
taking that up, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
23 is going to stay
Stay
on the
on.
consent.
So it's just 28 and 29 that are coming off of the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Anybody want to move the rest of them?
Oh, shit. I make a motion to.
I second.
Okay. There we go.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Good.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Yep.
Okay.
Dollars coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
You happy?
So we need to go into an executive session? I'm gonna let you do that, because I'm gonna, and my pleasure, it was all mine, take care. I'm gonna let you finish out, I'm gonna go, because I've got, it's late and I've got stuff I gotta do and get ready to get up in the morning, so. No, I didn't even know we had an executive session, so I've gotta go do some stuff.
We'll see you over at the rink.
Absolutely, you will. We're gonna do like a ribbon cutting thing. Okay, at this point in time, we're gonna ask everyone to leave, please. We're going to adjourn to an executive session. Will everyone that is not council, please leave so that we can go into executive session? We're going to talk about,
Have a good
what are we
night.
talking about in the executive session?
Personnel matters.
Personnel matters. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Good night.
Thank you.
infrastructure meeting next Wednesday, 3:30?
This is like the full-time job.
You're on.
A motion to return to the council, to come out of executive session. All in favor? Any opposed? Now I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting, please. All in favor? Any opposed? Have a good evening. You are too much.